Hashim Ibrahim and so on by the team. Then in 1964, there was a French test in the Sahara Desert. They tested their nuclear weapons. Like I told you, France was one of the countries with nuclear weapons. So they tested it in the Sahara Desert. And because of that, the federal government of Nigeria now set up what we call the Federal Aviation Protection Service at the University of Ibadan. And then in 1964, Nigeria now joined IA for peaceful uses. And later went on in 1968 to sign the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. If you sign it, must open up your doors for inspection. That was the cause of the rift between Iran and the IAEA. Then in 1973, like I said, Nigeria was set up by a federal government, but was not activated. But this thing has one no, Nigeria is not South Africa. If one is in the north, one must be in the south. Next slide, please. So there are so many other I also want to draw attention to some of the things like the MNSR project, which is one began in 1999, and then it was commissioned in 2004. And then the NAEC was now activated, even though it was created in 1976, it was in 2006 that it was created, about 30 years later. If I took the then president of this I created in 76, why has it not been activated? And now told that it's only you that can do it, and so it quickly activated in 2006. And then we have some other facilities, like the gamma irradiation facility for food irradiation. Then we have the tandem accelerator, as we said. And then in 2018, like my presenter said, we now converted the reactor from the use of highly enriched uranium to low enriched uranium. Next slide, please. So now let's go to the nexus between nuclear energy and the sustainable development goals. That's what everybody in the world is talking about. There are 17 of those goals. Let's look at what nuclear goals do. Next slide, please. So, like I said, nuclear energy is an indispensable tool for achieving the global SDG goals. This includes elimination of poverty, zero hunger, provision of clean water, good health, affordable energy, economic growth, and so on and so forth. So the SDGs and nuclear energy are intertwined because nuclear science is prominent, and according to the theme of this conference, it is both good for achieving almost all the 17 goals, 17 SDG goals. And climate change is the most significant for life on Earth, for the present and future generation. That's why we need nuclear energy. Next slide, please. So presently, people explore anything to be able to get energy resources. Why? Because the energy is needed always. But all the energy sources are sources of greenhouse gases, and therefore they lead to dangerous emission. And therefore, in 1997, the whole world adopted Kyoto Protocol that will reduce greenhouse gases emission. And that is extremely likely that human emissions are the dominant cause. So nuclear energy has been identified as the key to achieving the net zero target by everybody. Next slide, please. Now, let's look at benefits of the atomic nucleus to life. Go ahead. Yeah. The first, everybody needs, you don't even need food first. What do you need food first? Water. So without it, we simply cannot survive. And so we can use nuclear techniques through isotope hydrology to for the provision of safe drinking water and sustainable irrigation. Because water molecules carry unique fingerprint elements, whether stable or unstable. So if you know the half-life of the unstable one in water, you can determine the age of the rock, we can determine, and therefore the water that contains radioisotope can be determined. An example is the drip irrigation that you see that is taking place in Kenya. Next slide, please. Now, food. After water is food. Whether we grow it, whether we sell it or eat it, we can't simply do without it. So we can do food preservation by exposing farm produce to radiation, and then we can extend the shelf life. That means if you have produced food and you believe that you don't need them now in the next 3 months, you can expose them to radiation and then extend their shelf life. And in 2008, the federal government of Nigeria commissioned a gamma irradiation facility in Sheda, Abuja. And it is based on gamma ray sources, but right now we need to resuscitate it. So this picture shows the gamma irradiation facility. Next slide, please. Health. Everybody, when you eat, when you have water, you eat, you now need to have good health. Nuclear techniques can check whether agrochemicals have been used properly or pose no threats for those who are growing food. And radiology is a technology that can be used to diagnose and manage diseases, while radiotherapy can be used to treat and cure them. So radiotherapy or radiation oncology involves treating cancer by radiation. So radiation that comes from the nucleus, like gamma rays, beta rays, or alpha, is used in therapy and brachytherapy. Therapy means external beam, and brachytherapy means inserting the body. A typical example is the gamma ray camera that you see in that picture. Next slide, please. Yes, we still have X-ray diagnostic machines. Most of us have undergone X-ray in the hospital before, and we now have what we call positron emission tomography, which can reveal the dynamics of how the body functions. So, radiopharmaceutical can also be used at those levels to provide treatment. Nigeria is trying to establish, I will come to that, a multi-purpose research reactor that can be used to produce radiopharmaceuticals. This is the tandem accelerator, which is at the Obafemi Awolowo University. Next slide, please. Now, power and energy. As population grows, countries develop, industry grows, the demand for energy continues to increase. So many developing countries will need to add nuclear to its energy mix. Recently, I was having one meeting of the House of Representatives, Dr. Abbas Tajudeen told Mr. President, I have to dictate. I want you, Mr. President, to add nuclear to our energy mix. And if anybody can do it, it is you. So this has given us professionals in the field the impetus to follow this. This is the Nigerian research reactor, even though it's not the power reactor, but we have used the same principle and we can use it now to train the operation that we work in the nuclear power plant. Next slide. Yeah, this also shows how the layout of the water energy reactor from Russia, and I think Nigeria is looking at this as one of its power elements. Next slide, please. Now, this slide also shows you what fission is all about. We use fission. A stray neutron comes, hit a uranium-235. What happens? Uranium-236 is, and then it splits into two neutrons are produced. These two neutrons can now be circulated. From one neutron, you gain additional neutron, and that is what we call chain reaction. This happens in a nuclear reactor and even in weapons. So you use the same fission. Next slide, please. And then this slide just shows you when you have those threads are uranium-235, then this is what we call now a fission chain reaction. So if you can stop it, then you now have a peaceful application. But if you cannot stop it, then you have the weapons in your hand. The reactor in Zaire is using the fission process, but we are controlling it. So this is one of the fears of nuclear energy because it has three devastating effects. It is associated with military, as we saw in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And then when there was accident in Fukushima, there have been three accidents. Fukushima, Chernobyl accident, as well as the 3 Mile Island accident. That's why people are scared of nuclear. And then the back end, which is the waste. But I will show you now that there has been improvement on how to manage the waste. Next slide, please. And this is how nuclear power plants evolved from 1950 and what we expected to see in 2030. The 2030 will be generation 4 reactor. They are more safe, and they are economic, and they are proliferation resistant. That's what the world wants to hear. That means you cannot divert fuel to labor, and the waste generation. Next slide, please. Now, alignment with the renewable agenda of Mr. President. So, Mr. President has said he has a 8-point agenda, and nuclear energy can be aligned to eliminate hunger, create jobs, and also, as we have seen, there's a clear nexus between nuclear energy and the SDGs. So, in my view, I think nuclear energy can be the other issue as well. I'm going to enumerate 5 issues as I try to summarize. Next slide, please. So I'm looking at agriculture and food security. The federal government of Nigeria can encourage or partner with my institution for the implementation of a soil fertility mapping project to enhance food security. Why? Because we have used the reactor to do analysis of soil, arable soil in some 4 local governments around Giwa and so on and so forth, and have very good results, so that you can now advise your farmers on application of fertilizer. And this project, we have sent it to the International Atomic Energy Agency, and they are supporting us to do this technical cooperation project in 2024 with the sum of 230,000 euros. And this is an area I think the federal government is coming. Then power to the production. We need to review the current nuclear power program, which was started in 2006, and focus on what we call now small modular reactors. They are smaller, they can be installed easily and can be dismantled whenever they want. And they produce only about 300 megawatts of power, which means that they are equivalent to the small nuclear power plants that we have. So we don't need to change the grid. But if you go for 3,000 megawatts, this current grid cannot carry. So the SMR, even state government can purchase them, they are not that expensive. Next slide, please. The healthcare delivery. The IAEA started a program called the Way of Hope, which is for cancer treatment. Nigeria and needs to key into this so that Nigeria can benefit. Some other African countries are already benefiting. And then we need to talk about the multi-purpose research reactor, which will afford us a 10 megawatt reactor, which will be built in Abuja. And Nigeria will now be the hub of nuclear energy program in West Africa. We can produce radiopharmaceuticals, and we can employ over 5,000, can create over 5,000 jobs. Then, of course, education and training. We want to try can start a nuclear or nuclear engineering program if it is interested. We can discuss with the Nigerian Atomic Energy Commission. We have developed curriculum in the past. In 2009, I was on sabbatical at the Nigerian Atomic Energy Commission, and we developed curriculum for education and training in nuclear. Next slide, please. So these are my recommendations. I've stated everything. Pursue the existing nuclear energy by adding nuclear tools, build on the successes of our project in Zaria, and then for the multipurpose research reactor for the availability of trained personnel. We take advantage of that. And then medical reactor will be produced for the whole region. Imagine that if you produce medical reactor in very close to the airport, you can fly to Ghana, sell it. And then we can make nuclear our R&D line scale, which can lead to economic development. If you recall, in 1958, the GDP of South Korea was just $2, and their power capacity of power was 280 megawatts when it started this nuclear power program. But presently, it can generate over 70,000 megawatts, which is amounting to about 40% of installed capacity, and then the GDP is over $20,000. And then there are spin-off benefits. You hear of Daewoo, Hyundai, Samsung. It's as a result of their investment in nuclear power. These are spin-off benefits. So we need to refocus our agencies and then provide adequate funding as well as provide oversight functions. Thank you very much. I think this is my last slide.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. I believe what has just been discussed is a testimony to what I have said earlier. And what is very important is for us to take action on what has been discussed. We have a lot. In some instances, we don't even know we have. And in some instances, we just relax. We don't want to talk about them. We don't want to discuss them. So this is an opportunity for us now to talk about these things and an opportunity for us to see if we can take them further. Of course, Prof has talked a lot about the peaceful and the other side of the use of nuclear. Peaceful use has to do with nuclear in medicine, nuclear in agriculture, nuclear in environment, nuclear in power production, and what have you. So I think it will be important to allow some few questions so that we open up our discussion on the theme nuclear for peace, not nuclear for catastrophe. Yes. Yeah.
For microbiology department. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Even though I'm from microbiology, and there are so many professors here that have taught me since I was in BSc. What captivated my attention was actually the concept of this physics from the beginning. Is that how Prof explained the concept of density and how the nuclear energy, the vastness of it. We were not told all this in the earlier stage of our educational career or studentship. But the thing is, when I have thought, what I come to observe, even though from microbiology side, this nuclear energy is the knowledge of it. We have not even reached the heart of today. Do we think as humans we have the power, even though the power of this nuclear energy is vast and big and huge? We are foresighting something we call big crunch later in the years to come. Do we think we can limit, we can overcome, we can envelope the power if we are deepening, we are going into or inquiring, keep certain keep going deep into the knowledge of nuclear energy, do we think we can envelop the power of this nuclear energy, even though from its effect, it's, from what I see, it can affect a lot in climate change. It can affect the agriculture and all the sectors, even though the green energy that now we are into it can also affect all that. The green environment, our climate is being affected by all this nuclear. How do we think we can limit the use, or not just the use? We can limit maybe the power. Okay, to shorten it. Do we think we can do that, please, sir?
I want to remind us that we have only 5 minutes for this discussion. And he has taken all of them. Now we have a lot of questions.
Let me commend Prof for this insightful presentation. Coming from the economic and commercial aspect, that's what we call comparative cost advantage. If I can produce 1 kilowatt of energy from solar or wind, maybe at 10 naira, maybe from nuclear at 20, to me, it's not worth it going for nuclear. So what is the comparative cost advantage of nuclear energy vis-a-vis other sources of energy, both sustainable and non-sustainable energy? And then I have a slide, maybe correction on the slide. The GDP of South Korea is not 20, it's GDP per capita. So it's better to put it in perspective. It's not GDP, GDP per capita, per person. Because South Korean GDP is not 20,000, it's per capita per person. Thank you.
One last one.
I went to push it.
1, 2, 3.
I want to I have questions. The scope of small modular how safe are they? And are they not proliferating? That means can they be used? Can they be weaponized? Then the next question is, I remember during my MSc, we wanted to analyze some elements, some elemental analysis in tissues of animal models, because they also can be used to study how they modulate disease and how it affects the human body. But then the NAA, they said the DPR actually was not functional. Is this still available for scientists to send in their biological samples for analysis? And then the last one is, I think, since the Vice Chancellor is heavily represented, I have a problem based on the presentation. I believe the state government is trying to harness the vast resources that we have in terms of agriculture. So maybe if it's possible for the Umyu and the Energy Research Center to see how they can come up with a research proposal, seek grant from the state government to map out the land in Katsina State and see how we can actually know the type of land that we have based on the chemical components of the land, what type of crops are best suited for those areas. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is from Power Generation, sir. We, the layman, we are thinking that there's no way Nigeria can have this power nuclear. Because will they allow us? But with this presentation and the lectures are like see a glimpse of hope. The discovery of the nuclear is more than 150, 70 years ago. Our generation more than 70 years ago. So people are saying we this one, we should have followed Russia since we have gotten nuclear by now. But we Britain and America will never allow us. But now the awareness is so much that even Russia cannot be so free to deal with this. So is there any hope for this power generation? Especially you see, sir, there was a time when after every 2-3 years, national grid collapsed. Any hope, sir, for us to have this power generation in terms of energies?
Thank you. I pointed myself as the last one. Mine is a request. Whether there is a possibility of physics department, Umyu and SAT to have a forum of discussion. Because we have a lot of resources. And we don't even know we have them and we don't use them because we don't talk about them. So I think it is important if we can have a possibility of having a forum of talking to each other. It will help us a lot. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for these questions. These questions are A-level questions. But I'll try to look at them one after the other. The first person was talking from biology department. He said, microbiology department, he said there's a problem, nuclear can affect our environment. Yes, that is true. If we allow indiscriminate testing of nuclear to continue worldwide, then it actually can have environmental issues. You can harm the environment. But the world has come together through the International Atomic Energy Agency to regulate the use of testing. And then another organization has been set up called the CTBG, that is the Comprehensive Nuclear Ban Test Organization, which stops all all countries that have developed nuclear weapons to test them anywhere. So that is in place. And because of that, we are having reduction in nuclear tests, except for some countries like North Korea. They don't follow what anybody is doing to not do their own. So there are a few exceptions. But in addition to that, nuclear can be used for environmental sustainability. For example, if you are generating electricity from nuclear power, it doesn't produce greenhouse gases. The only time it affects the environment is when you carry out tests. You understand? So it's better to use this for peaceful tests. And the chief economist wanted me to talk about GDP. I don't know whether you call it GDP per capita. So please permit my ignorance. Okay. So for the comparative advantage, but we have to put it in very, very good perspective, not just per kilowatt. For example, if you want to have an industrialized country, you can't use renewable energy. You must have what we call a load-based energy source. And nuclear is one of the base load energy power sources because we can produce 3,000 megawatts at a go, but renewable energy cannot. So this is what we look at. And then the fuel, I want you to put up one slide for me. Let me just show you something. Go back, just scroll back. The first few slides, I talk about this. When I was talking about density, just go back. Yes, yes. Go. No, what's like? First few slides. No. Okay. Go. Yeah, here. Yes, this is the slide I want to point his attention to. If you have one atom of carbon, it can give you 4 electron volts of energy. But one atom of uranium-235 can give you 200 million electron volts of energy. Then 1 kilogram of coal can generate 3 kilowatts hour. But one kilogram of oil can generate 4 kilowatts. Or 1 kilogram of natural uranium can generate 50,000 kilowatts. Then when you talk about plutonium, it's 60 million. So if you want to put them in proper perspective, you will see that you will need, when you need 30 tons of nuclear, then you need 2.6 million tons of coal. And you know, this is, so if you put it in that perspective, then Dr. Shehu talk about SMR. Yeah, SMRs now are what will be the future, especially for us in developing countries. Number one, they are cheaper. While a conventional nuclear power plant will cost $30 billion, I don't think any government will want to. But with about $1.2 billion, you can get an SMR. And SMR, like I said, their energy produces 300 megawatts. 300 megawatts, you can use them in our present grid. Somebody talked about grid collapse. Probably because the power on the grid are too high for it to hold. So if we use 300 megawatts, and in fact, sometimes you don't even need to put them on the grid. If Katsina State can buy an SMR and put in Katsina here, and then supply the whole of Katsina State, I don't think the whole of Katsina State consume more than 300 megawatts. They may even need to sell to neighboring states. Why not? And then you said whether it can be proliferated, no, cannot. Because it's like modular. That means you do everything and then assemble on site. So you don't need any maintenance, any fuel, anything. So it is when it is done, then you can commission it and push it back. Then you talk about analysis. Yes, I don't know what year was that when you said you brought your samples. That was a long time ago. Yeah, we had issues with the reactor, but when I came on board as director, we were able to iron it out. The reactor was functioning excellent. And then you said Umyu-Nas should come out with a proposal for soil fertility. This is what we are sending proposals to various organizations, states, government, federal ministry of agri, even in 2023, then Minister of Agri, Dr. Mahmoud, visited our center when he saw what we are doing with soil fertility. And recently, one local government from Kaduna State has come up, we have a proposal with them. So it will be okay. And just like the last speaker's question was maybe physics department, who you and physics department, who you can have an MOU start, not only for soil fertility mapping, even for training and education. The start has MOU with NDA since I came on board, with Bayero University, with Federal University of Houston, and which other university, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. We have MOUs with them. And so you can come, we can give you a template of your MOU and tailor it towards what you want, and then we can sign it. And then we can, when these people send their students, we use staff facility, they pay 50% of the cost. So that is, I want to entice you now. Yes, this one is about glimpse of hope, because international people will not allow us. We just have to play our heads well, and then they can give us the technology. After all, they allow us to have the nuclear reactor. And we are open because we have signed the NPT, and every year the IAEA sends the safeguards inspectors to SAT, Zaria, to come and look at the situation with the nuclear fuel. Are we doing something outside? If we are transparent, we don't have issues. It is only when we want to do corner then. Yes. I think I've answered almost all the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. The moderator and the presenter, thank you very much. We'll take the last presentation. Let's appreciate the presenter while he's taking the stage. Yes, thank you very much. For the second keynote presentation, it is going to be delivered by Professor Usman Ali Sama, and it's going to be moderated by Professor Bashir Al-Ali. So we have a slide. So I invite Professor Bashir Al-Ali to take charge of this. Our option to moderate mental one of the pioneers that Professor Lusamba is renowned for social political lifestyle and not only academic mind but also in practice, because he headed the Department of Medical Lab in General Hospital for almost 10 years as HOD Medical Lab until the establishment of Umyu-Nas University, which teaches there and joined here and served in the same office with him when we are registered as graduate assistant. So he served as our mentor. I'm almost proud to be his mentee. What happened from academia? You cannot go without mention from Osman and Mustafa, because the one who I always want to follow his steps. He encouraged me through my LSC to go and do concurrently, concomitantly when I was doing my LSC and I'm doing it together with medical lab science. So I become associate of medical lab scientist and with my field of medical microbiology at the same time because of his encouragement, guidance, and others. Producer Mark, he transferred his service or created join with Bio University, Kano, the rest of finish his PhD there and become a professor of medical microbiology with specialty research interest in biology and parasitology, meaning as a practicing medical lab scientist and also a renowned scientist. So he becomes a pillar there, 2 times deputy dean of faculty of the science and life science in the University. During his sabbatical leave with inside of the university, he came back and become the head of the department. Wanted to tell the participant that his visionary and leadership and energetic focus during that time, he is instrumental in the establishment of our journal, only journal of anthropology research. He was the head of the department, and of course, we started as public health microbiology under consultancy, which still proposes, and all these initiatives were ongoing and become so profitable and proud in the world of science as a university. Producer Ma is an associate member and fellow member of Nigerian Biological Safety Association. He's a member, he's a financial secretary, and also a fellow member there. Also, he was the past national secretary of Nigerian Society of Microbiology and a fellow member of the Nigerian Society of Microbiology, and also an international member of biorisk management, biosafety, biosecurity, which was instrumental when the establishment of the curriculum of biosecurity, biorisk management in Nigeria was part of those courses, and also opportunity to participate at the global training in the USA organized by Seminar, which after he came back in the last 2 years, he was instrumental as one of the national ESCO of biorisk management in Nigeria, student training outside. He influenced in Kasina State here because we are part of the members. Umar Musa stand like 5 to 8 representatives, and from Alcalá University, Kuzuma, Bayero University. So the training is sponsored by Central University, laboratory in Kano, hostel in a hotel, five-star hotel. Producer was instrumental in all the tertiary institutions respected to be the members. And we are part of those, and he was of the time as a specialist in biology. Now he's a member in Global Biology Network in the world, which he was opportunity to meet with the first professor who discovered the first scientist who discovered the global galaxy. He trained the Professor Dusama at USA, and now he's heading the Global Virology Network, which Professor was part of the members. Professor has a lot of publications, and he graduated many students from the graduate PG. We are part of his students, so we are proud of it. I know a professor now, but under his leadership. So I'm proud to be. Dr. Dusama is presently the Dean of Faculty of Life Science in the University of Kano. Is happily married with children. I would be pleased to invite and introduce a gentle, capable, humble, and energetic scientist.
Thank you very much for this lovely introduction. And probably, if I'm allowed, I may have to cut off certain things you mentioned about me. But nonetheless, maybe we don't have the luxury of time to go about that. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the university librarian here present, the keynote speaker, and our father. We want to also say an international scholar here, our midst. The organizers of this program, particularly the team, Faculty of Natural Sciences, National Applied Sciences, from University, and the local organizing committee, as well as all the participants. I wish to once again say assalamu alaikum to all of you. Coming up with this initiative is highly commendable and it's apt, it's timely. It indicates the foresight of the leadership of the faculty with the support from the university, come up with this kind of conference. We know that in universities and research institutions, we don't have any activity that is more important than this kind of activities. So really, this is a highly commendable thing. And as I mentioned by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academy, you should please try to ensure that you sustain the conference. The topic given to me is biotechnology and life sciences for health and agriculture. This topic is apt and it is also multidisciplinary from the subsequent slides we are going to see. In the introductory aspect of the slides, to present, you can see the application of life sciences generally. And when you are talking of life sciences, and you are talking of technology, and this bio attached to it, the bio attached to the technology indicates that it is issue that has to do with life sciences. So it's a technology in life sciences, and it has wider applications. As we can see, it applies to medicine. It has wider application where knowledge of biotechnology is exploited to the benefit of mankind in the field of medicine. We also have so many innovations, biological innovations, that are employed to improve the life of man on the earth. So we have so many groundbreaking solutions, so many advancements in terms of taking care of health, taking care of biological system, taking care of our environment, and so on. So actually, this is a multidisciplinary area. We need to ensure that we maintain collaboration because you see, the knowledge does not have monopoly. There should be no monopoly of knowledge. Wherever you go, you should open it up, and wherever there is an opening for other professionals to come in and contribute, let us please do. We can see now the National Biotechnology Development Research and Development Agency is headed by a chemist. The Director General there is a chemist, although it is biotechnology. So we was expanding to have so many places where I can remember I was sent for the training of a university. I think the training was organized for Nigerian universities. I was sent to National Mathematical Center to give to also participate as a trainee. When we went there, one would think that as a microbiology, we may not have any business with mathematical center, mathematics. But on going there, we even met some of our students, we graduated, some of them read biochemistry, some of them read zoology, botany. What the heck? What are you doing here? Because I was going for the first time. Sir, we have a department called Department of Biomathematics. And then you can see so many modeling and projection of prediction of disease cause and so many other things. That's what they do there. So multidisciplinary nature of our studies is very important. Next slide, please. We apply biotechnology in education, in agriculture, which we call agricultural biotechnology. And then by the time you are applying biotechnology in agriculture, you realize that so many areas of specializations are brought together and are married together, and then the target is success. So we have advanced tool sets where microorganisms, organisms generally are manipulated. We have so many techniques developed, such as breeding, genetic engineering, bioinformatics, and so many other techniques that are also included into this issue of agricultural biotechnology, with the core objectives of enhancing productivity, sustainability, as well as food quality. Because if you look at the growing population now, the available land, especially in our localities, that will have been used for agriculture has been already occupied. And all our available lands here are being used for residential purposes. So in view of this introduction of the concept of biotechnology, biotechnology generally is employed when we come to the field of genetic engineering, and it is a simple technique. You can see it involves manipulation of the genetic material. You can see from the diagram we have here, we have at a particular location of the DNA, where you have location of the genes, you can now remove some genes and replace it with others using some enzymes. We have scissors that will cut the area, and then we have steps, forms that we can use to now replace and fix it up there. So our biological guns and scissors in engineering, genetic engineering are enzymes. So we have enzymes that are coming. Because if you are talking of chromosomes, generally, chromosomes is where you have so many traits and characteristics expressed for organisms living whether and within the chromosome, because chromosome is made up of DNA, and at different lengths of DNA we have genes, at different locations of DNA we have genes, and these genes are coded properties for particular activities, be it metabolic or otherwise, which is explained by organism. For example, let me cite an example. We have cows. We know that generally the characteristic color of cow is what? It's orange. Now, as a biotechnologist, say I don't want because this carrot is looking too unattractive, so I want to change the color of the carrot to maybe have maybe to be green. They will say it is alright. So you can say I want to make it to look black, a black carrot. So all you need to do is to come along the bed of the DNA, identify the genes for black color, remove it, then insert it into the genes, and then use a vector to propagate it. And then as it grows, it comes out to be what? Black, to your desired satisfaction. So this is what we call genetic engineering. So genetic engineering allows direct modification of an organism, and it is applied to agriculture, medicine, and next. And then this the field of life sciences has started right from the time the fermentation of bread, as well as the fermentation of wine and cheese was discovered. That served as the opening for the advancement in biotechnology. Then in the 19th century, by Louis Pasteur, that yeast played a key role in fermentation, like the Mendel's inheritance experiment. We remember the identification of nucleic acid using the building blocks of DNA and so on. All these were advancements that gradually led to the revolution of biotechnology, where we have genetic engineering, molecular biology advancements. We have diagnostics, computerized and the knowledge technology. Next slide, please. So, the impact of biotechnology in healthcare is number one, the therapeutics. Therapeutics are being produced. We produce novel drugs. We have recombinant vaccines. We have so many other drugs being developed through biotechnology and genetic engineering that are used to combat so many diseases like diabetes, cancer, and other immune disorders. We also use the concepts, the knowledge of biotechnology to develop diagnostic devices we use to test the presence of either an organism, its components, or a disease condition. So we use concept of biotechnology for these diagnosis tools. And then we also have cutting-edge supplements. These cutting-edge supplements include nicotinamide adenine dinucleotides, as well as nicotinamide mononucleotide powders, which we use now. We can use it to combat aging process and science. We can also use food supplements. We can use it to also enhance DNA replication. So many other things in our day-to-day activity. We have advanced technologies related to biotechnology in medicine, especially concept of computational biology. We have optimization of human performance, where you can easily use some of the either byproducts or other complex chemicals or compounds that are produced as a result of particular activity in the body. Then we use some wearable devices to detect it well. For example, I remember some people who came up with a proposal during the COVID-19 that they realize that there are some radicals being produced by those that are affected. Those radicals can easily be detected either as gaseous or whatever. So they try to develop a device that will use detect it. So once those radicals are detected, that will go back to the COVID-19 or whatever. So all these are advances in biotechnology. Then we have issue of biodefense and biosecurity. Biosecurity is a very important component of defense in the modern days now. Because biosecurity means using biological agents to cause harm, either on human beings, animals, or environment. Now, an effort to neutralize such is called biosecurity. There will be so many situations whereby human beings or animal farms or whatever are wiped off as a result of bioterrorism. So this can be combated through next slide, please. So therefore, what has been achieved so far, as far as biotechnology is concerned in the medicine, is one, we're talking of precision medicine. For example, tailoring cancer treatments based on individual genetic profiles. When it is established, then we can develop cancer therapeutics. For that, we also have biomanufacturing at scale, at a larger scale, rapid production of vaccines, large-scale manufacturing of biological agents, and so many other things. Then we have also a success in bioengineering advances, where we have genetically modified crops improving nutritional value and yields. We have transgenic animals producing therapeutic plant proteins for humans and so many other advancements. These are so far some of the successes recorded. Next slide, please. So therefore, in applying bio technology in medicine, we have so many advantages. One of which is we have interdisciplinary experts. We can come up with multidisciplinary expert where we blend our experience to come up with something tangible that will eventually bring benefit to our lives. Because a clinician alone cannot be able to record these successes without collaboration with us. So therefore, this is very important. We also have roles that we eventually may be playing if we combine the biotechnology concept. We become clinical research associates. We have regulatory affairs specialists, for example. Right now, we have so many regulatory agencies, like National Biosafety Management Agency is a regulatory agency. So if you are an expert in biotechnology, you also participate in the regulatory activities for researchers and even manufacturing industries to ensure that the safety in our environment. We have quality, you can become a quality assurance manager, you can become medical science liaison officers, and so on and so forth. And then at the end of the day, at the tertiary level, the tertiary educational institutions level, you can have universities and industries partnering together to come up with so many innovations and improve our workforce. So this is very important. So far, so good. It has transformed the health sector. It's in fact, in advanced countries, it's served as a cornerstone of modern medicine, and it is also a vital driver for global health equity. We have seen that if the investment in research is like has been done in many other countries, we may have a robot infrastructure, and then we also come to discover so many and So therefore, in as far as science is concerned, as I mentioned earlier, we need synergy and multidisciplinary approach. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot on the contribution of biotechnology, especially through genetic engineering, towards the improvement of agricultural practices. And then we started the early days where you have farmers performing the selective breeding with their rudimentary knowledge, but with modern precision now, biotechnology is able to now save time, save cost, and now come up with precise gene editing and then improvement in the production. Number two or number three, we have so many innovative examples recorded. For example, watermelon. Through biotechnology, you can have a seedless watermelon. You can through protoplast fusion and so many other devices in biotechnology, which is also an improvement in that. And then, through biotechnology in agriculture also, you can have efficient weed control through genetic manipulation. We can have some, we can now genetically modify some plants, some crops, valuable crops, in such a way that they become resistant to herbicides and weeds. Reduce pesticide use as a part of the achievements. When you invite, we are going to see in the second slide the advantage of inviting genetic engineering, which will set up the costs of using pesticides and insecticides, because we may not need that. And apart from the private the cost to our environment, and then as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to genetic engineering and biotechnology has contributed a lot in boosting safer foods in the world. Next, please. Gradually, we are getting into some controversial aspects of my presentation. One is we have to know that as far as we are concerned, every country regulates the practice of biotechnology. Likewise, in Nigeria, we have regulators of biotechnology. And the agency responsible for that is the National Biosecurity Management Agency, which was established by the Act in 2015, which regulates genetically modified organism researches, development and commercialization. It regulates, this agency regulates development of GMOs as well as its commercialization. When you develop GMOs and then it is approved for release at commercial level, then they take that and establish that it is done within the regulatory frameworks. Then we have another agency, National Agency to Improve and Control. After, we have Federal Ministry of Agriculture. I did not mention that NAFTA, which has now in the National Biotechnology Research and Development Council, because they are not regulators, they promote biotechnology, but the other ones are regulators. So we have, as I said, National Biosecurity Management Agency. I work closely with the two agencies. We conduct so many activities in Nigeria with these two agencies. So I know what I'm going to say about the contribution of biotechnology in especially agriculture. Next slide, please. We have cited an example of what is available in our country, and likewise in other countries like the United States. You can see they have their own regulatory agencies that take care of biotechnology, the regulatory biotechnology, and other practices. Next slide, please. Now, biotechnology and genetically modified organisms. Please, I want to ask, do we think that it will be highly encouraging to imbibe and support development of GMOs in Nigeria? Your opinion comes about this. What is your opinion? Yes. Yes.
Yes.
No. No. Doctor said, okay, I can see that. Let me also borrow that. No harm. Why, please? Doctor said, they support. They feel it is good. Encouraging in Nigeria. Please voluntarily explain why. Yes. Please, why, sir?
Those that say yes,
Yeah.
others that say no.
Those that say yes.
Yeah, I say yes because I have some staff of the agency first. I think I should be. Maybe I'm not. Nothing like sentiment. Nothing like it.
Why do you think Nigeria should encourage GMOs?
We absolutely Nigeria, we are underproduced. You and I will believe that right now we can't produce what we are not producing what we want. You and I know that.
Okay, that's one.
We are
We
importing.
don't have a luxury of time. Yes, begin.
I'm a physicist. But without advances in science and technology, there is nothing we can do. So we just have to accept it and integrate it in our country for sustainable development.
Yes, but come please, you do not indicate yes or no. So you cannot come in. Let us address as yes. Improvement of food security. Okay, yes. You said no. Why?
Normally, the TMOs produce stocks. They have less texture, less vitamins, and so many things that are within the color is lesser.
Are you pro or I'm saying no? Okay, what we will be very careful. This ability there is a strong development. In such a way that the farmers will be able to get one day and get another yield from that. So some are able to start to it's not as because one the nature of we have more what can I say? Yes, no, loss. Okay.
My opinion is that changing genes. I feel like
Is it in your own opinion or you are referring to any legal guideline? Maybe think about it.
I'm just especially in terms of elimination of cancer and resistance.
Cancer, what prevention of what? And also, don't they affect the body organs, yes, system, and so on and so forth? I think you have addressed my question. What is wrong?
Thanks very much.
Why is
Yeah, I have a small farm.
Okay?
There was a time I worked with those who carry out the activities. To my surprise, they rejected it.
The farmers.
Yeah, they were-
Why?
they don't- I don't know. It wasn't there. I was thinking that even though I was, but there's a reason why there is. In light, with regards to that, I think the issue of this slavery, passive slavery, because this year was, they say you can not use them twice, only once. Only once. So you have to buy it again. So each year you have to buy it. If you look at it, if all adopt, nobody.
I think at this juncture, if I can, that is all the because this is not a workshop. However, we felt that we allow you to share your opinion. And all your opinions in slides. Now look at it here. I said it is controversial, but we should know that some of the advantages of adopting GMOs or promoting GMOs is that number one, there is resistance to pest, there is tolerance to herbicide, there is drought resistance, because especially in tropical areas where we don't have adequate rainfall, the plants can be genetically engineered in such a way that they can withstand drought. We have plague ripening. If you have your products in Nigeria, we have what some things we call kayangwari. Why do we call them kayangwari? We call them kayangwari because they easily ripen and don't spoil even before it reaches market. So this advantage can be conferred on our crops through genetic engineering. Then you are saying it is tested. Now he has said, Professor Bafela, Mustafa, I said they are not reaching our meeting up with our design tests. But that is not true, scientifically speaking. Because you can do genetic engineering, you can enrich, enhance the test. You understand? In the laboratory, then you propagate. You can also improve play flow. For example, let me ask participants among our groups, which of them do you think is having more inviting hour among our groups? A very inviting, attractive hour. Pineapple. Yes, some may say banana. That is why in our drinks we add what do you call it? Flavor. We call it flavor. So that as you are drinking, your flavor, it will also be tasted like pineapple or banana. So instead of wasting our time to do that, you can also take such genes responsible for that and put it in your food. You can have carrots with banana aroma. You can have carrots with pineapple aroma and so on and so on. So we can do that, and we can also have improved appearance, as I mentioned earlier. Somebody is saying the color may not be too deep. And some depend on individual choice. Some need very deep color, and some need lighter color. So it depends on individual taste. You can do that in the and these are some examples of GMOs that are being developed. So far, so good. In the USA, these are some of the GMOs. We have cotton, we have soybean, we have maize, we have sugar beets, we have what do you call it? Squash, potato, apple, and so on and so forth that have been produced and approved for use in the United States. Next. Now I want to tell you that for any researcher that is working on GMO, before it is approved, there are so many technical stages you have to pass through. And then it is the agency, this National Biosafety Management Agency, that gives approval and for a period of time. And while the approval is given, the product will be monitored
And before the approval is given, the product will also be screened for allergenicity and toxicity. Once the safety is established, then the issue is start of certificate. And this certificate was issued to some research team, which I have also worked with. This research team, especially in the national, in Ahmadu Bello University area, you have this team, a team of researchers. We know a popular person, Professor Muhammad Ishaku. There's one Professor Tukur Adam. Rabiu Adam, sorry, in ABU Zaria Agricultural Research Institute. They developed this cow sheep called Bora resistant cow. Cow pea is white, the normal white pea. So, I believe you are familiar with the Professor Rabiu Adam, and then Professor Mohamed Isham, the former director. So they work and they work on this and it was developed. I think along with one of our staff in microbiologists. So you can see a microbiologist can also plays a vital role in this. So they developed and it was given for a period of time and it was named based on satisfaction and assessment. So we should understand that the GMOs cannot just circulate anyhow in Nigeria. And whatever you hear about GMO as an educated person and somebody who is a researcher, you should realize that there are some conspiracy theories. A lot of them may not be true. We base things on knowledge. Next slide, please. These are just examples of GMO foods developed worldwide. You can see so many of them. Next. This is a procedure for genetic manipulation. GMO is a product obtained after genetic manipulation. And then we something a product inside product. And look at it here. At the end of the day, we have breeders. You can see the DNA extraction and isolation after this isolation. It undergoes molding and designing, transformation into bacterial cells. Bacteria is used as a vehicle for all this genetic engineering. That is where you have microbiologists because they use bacterial processes to manipulate whichever plant will be a plant or animals. You have to pass through bacterial cells. You can see after culturing, then propagated, then through tissue culture, transferred to plant. Then the plant tissue is in, and now the adoptees are now typically expresses the gene expressed for a desired product into the plant. Next slide. So therefore, GMOs are organisms whose DNA has been altered for beneficial traits, and some of the approved GMOs we have in Nigeria, whichever product you have that is GMO in Nigeria is not true if it is outside these ones. So principally, we have cotton, we have BT cowpea, we have telomeres. Professor Ishaku recently they worked on these telomeres. Telomeres is resistant to pests, is resistant to drought, and it has high yield. And they developed the Professor Ishaku is from Rochester. This Professor Tukur, Professor Rabiu Adam. I don't know his state, but he's also based in Zaria. He is a zoologist. He's an entomologist. So they came up with the devices in such a way that they protect crops from pest attack through genetic manipulation. So they came up with telomeres here. Then we have other liberty-linked maize has been approved. But principally this telomeres that is now in circulation is gradually being accepted by farmers is produced in ABU area instead of agricultural research. Then we have this liberty maize and this hapulex. All these are maize varieties. Some of them are being imported, but once they are imported, they have to be certified by National Biosecurity Agency. And the way they operate
is they work in synergy with security agencies. They work in synergy with custom, immigration, and so on. So they have an alert system where when maybe a GMO is brought with Nigeria, is put to the red alert, and then the product are screened or sent before they are released. So far, so good, this is what we have. Now we come back to BT cowbee as an example. We cannot tell all of them. What is BT? BT is a name of bacteria. Bacillus thuringiensis. Now, without taking us deeply into the issue, you can see this is a rod-shaped bacteria, and within it, it has this very important toxin, crystals. We call it BT toxin crystal, and it is called it possesses bacteria was able to produce this gene and this crystal because it possesses what we call genes. So if you are able to transfer these genes into any other organism, it will also produce this. Is it understood? This crystal. Now it has been established. When it was discovered, it was realized that somebody in the bare land realized that at the point you find so many insects, hundreds of them dying at a particular location. Sorry. What is responsible for that? You move from one place to another and you see the center. This is something that keeps insect must be around there. And not insecticide for that matter. So they took the soil sample, stated various analysis, and out of the analysis they did microbiological analysis, and this organism, Bacillus thuringiensis, was isolated in the soil. And then, in order to establish the traits that is insecticidal in this bacterial cell, further analysis was made, and this BT was discovered. And then, what confers the bacterial ability to produce is the possession of what? BT toxin. So, I mean, BT cryogenes. So, these cryogenes were isolated and then introduced into some plants through tissue culture. One of the plants used is a cowpea. This cowpea, working. So it was through tissue culture introduced into it, and it was realized that the plant throughout, right from the seedling up to the harvest, is always free from insects. And then the yield is boosted. Then it was now ascribed to the presence of these triotoxins, also acquired by the plant. So that's still the technology in BT cowpea. So now are you telling me that this thing is having a disadvantage? Yes. Does it have disadvantage in protecting our crop? This is why technology works. And we use bacterial biotechnology to protect our crop. And look at it now. I believe we are very much familiar with this kind of thing. When you grow it hardly survives because of pests. You can see. But if you use BT cowpea, this is how it goes again. Right from the onset up to the harvest. Next slide. So because of that attribute now, it is employed. And this what affects our BT cowpea? Please go back to our previous slide. You can see the pods. Can you see the pods being attacked by either by the insect or by the pod borer? Next slide. So now it was realized that in the course of feeding on the plant, the pod borer eventually died and the plant remains safe. So because the plant has picked along with it some cryogens which offers it the advantage of now retaining this. You can see. So these are some of the technologies used. And now bacteria is being manufactured, Bacillus thuringiensis is being manufactured at industrial scale. In such a way that they can also be used as pesticide. You can spray the toxins, bacterial toxins can be used to spray the plant, and the plant will then share. Even the soil will share. will not be attacked. You will never see insect again. So you can see that's the advantage. They prepare it in containers like this. And you use your sprayer and spray. Where you cannot use like technology, you start it into the plant. Next slide, please. So therefore, these are some of the advantages, and I don't know whether you will agree with me now. People say these are the advantages. GMOs are organisms whose DNA has been altered for competitive threats, and they lead to higher yields and pest resistance. Approve? Yes. Reduction in pesticide use. Instead of using pesticide, by the time you have now introduced the gene into the plant, you don't need to use pesticide. Is it approved also? Now, I don't know whether you will agree with me on food security. Food security, because you can, it's a small hectare of land. You can have higher yield where you use thousands of hectares of land. If you are going to this, I don't know whether this initiative was eventually killed or destroyed due to banditry. There's around Zobeda, we have Nigeria. Nigeria, we visited the farm. It's on Nigeria is on bad. You see, it is bad now. You see, if you go there, if you are to go to some guy, the original some guy where it is born, you see a lot of biotechnology. You see small hectare of land, and then you see large production, large scale production. It is there I saw one small papaya plant looking like this, but with very heavy fruits. You may even imagine how God allowed it to work because it looks heavier than the plant. But you see, one small dwarf like this, but with very huge fruits. It is good genetic engineering, you can see. So I actually, if you are not comfortable with the test, you can do the test, and so on and so on. So is this also approved? Okay. So now, these are some of our biosafety concerns. What we say biosafety concern is how it affects us. Somebody said cancer, somebody said kidney, somebody said disease, somebody other things. A lot of conspiracy theories has it been established beyond reasonable doubt that some group of people have developed cancer and strictly as a result of consumption of chemo. Has it been proved beyond reasonable doubt scientifically? Using controls? Still ongoing. If it is ongoing, you cannot conclude. If you don't come to conclusion and say it leads to this, then you are being very unfair. All right? So you can see we have concern, actually. We have concern in the environment because we may feel there is the possibility of gene transfer to white species. If this is your preferred species now, there may be gene transfer of resistance white species, and you can also concern to me. But it's a concern. It's a feeling that has not been established up to now. Then we have health concern. Oh, health concern. There is concern. Possible allergenicity and toxicity concern. Toxicity can be damage and so many other things. Then we have socio-economic issues. Organism is released commercially. It has to pass an ethnicity and authenticity test certification before it is released. Because we don't just release it like that. And then we have socio-economic issues. Somebody is saying now, like Professor Omegil and many other people are saying, there is monopoly. Yes, sincerely speaking, there is element of monopoly by the developers. And I can see some computer scientists here around. When they develop software and they install it in you, they make it time bound in such a way that after some period of time it expires and you have to look for them. Or they install it for you without the key. What you call it, security key. Yeah, so they give you a trial version. After that, it ceases to work. Then you have to look for them and so on and so forth. All this is human factor, isn't it? But this, stop saying the companies, world leading companies do produce these seeds, and they are being used and reused for some limited generation. Yes, they limit the generation. How do they limit the generation? By introducing a terminatory chip. Maybe it runs for first generation, second generation, third generation, and this one is strictly for economic reasons. So that you come back to them. Not after this is economic issues. So now people are saying, if we do that, we are going to over-depend on multinational companies. Automatically. But what are you giving a country to do food production? We don't have any option. So, and you can also counter it. We were in the program, and then a similar presentation of BT cow beef for farmers, the cow states, and then a similar question was asked. Then, by my side was an expert in biotechnology and bioengineering. I asked him, please, in Nigeria, do you think we will be able to remove this technology? You can do that. So I challenge our scientists to also work on producing similar generations that will give you endless generations. Good. Organisms tested for allergies. They are tested for allergies and through various procedures. But the overseeing organizations are the WHO, Food and Agricultural Organizations are also overseeing it to ensure that it is safe. And then other member countries have representatives in it, where they oversee the process of screening the modified organisms before they are released at commercial level. So all this slide, I believe, you are going to share it with participants. When you come to this slide, you are going to see how they are being tested. Is there much? Yes. If no, then you proceed. You test. Additional tests are conducted. And then you come up with your final product. And then whatever you have apprehension on is being addressed in all these examples. Next slide, please. Advantages and disadvantages, as you said earlier, maybe we have some advantages and disadvantages. But if you look at the disadvantages here, there is nothing that puts our safety at stake. Nothing about this puts our safety at stake. I know one of the disadvantages is that maybe there may be development of antibiotic resistance and so on and so forth. And this. Next slide. Now, are they safe? Please, yes or no?
Yes.
Eh?
Yes, they are safe.
Through international cooperation. We said through multinational international corporations, we have some of these agencies. We have American Association for Advancement of Science. This is their finding. They said the science is quite clear. Crop improvement by the modern molecular techniques of biotechnology itself. This is their finding. Then we have World Health Organization, and among others. World Health Organization said no effect on human health has been shown as a result of the consumption of genetically modified foods by the general population in the countries where they have been approved. And all this generally led to a consensus that the scientific consensus around the safety of genetically modified food is as strong as the scientific consensus around climate change. So therefore, these foods are subjected to more testing than any other. And everything tells us that they are. Next slide. And now somebody was saying research is ongoing. The research has been done already, and we have jumped into a conclusion. 1,783 researches were conducted on the safety of genetically modified organisms. And they are finding recorded 0 happiness. Number 2, food produced worldwide in 2015. We have about 18 million farmers based on the global record producing in 448 million acres. So in 28 countries, so this is as far as the record is concerned, is concerned is not. But after subsequent improvement, you realize that you need less of this to now have more. I mean, you have less of the acres and the less of the farmers have 10 times as much as what is being done. And then you can see all these conspiracy theories is as a result of a gap. 7% versus 7 gap between the public and scientists. Scientists are saying it is safe. The public is saying it is unsafe. So this is the gap we have that existed. However, as far as the general conclusion is concerned, there is nothing harmful detected in genetically modified organisms. When I was presenting this to some farmers in Jigawa, somebody said, even the agency investigation, the same. Because all of them said, "Wallahi, based on this, that's on my statement actually." So they believed in it, but they were having reservation in the whole thing. Why? Because we don't trust the West. But the politics behind this is not just the West, but behind among the superpowers of the nation. You have world-leading GMO producing companies. You have one that is called Bayer Crop Science. Initially, it is called Monsanto, or it's popular. Monsanto is among the world leading, and it is based. It is a Germany. It's a German company. Although it's practicing in the United States and other countries. We have one. Then we have whatever that is US based. We have so many other companies like Syngenta, which is based in Switzerland and China. We have other countries like BASF, BASF, BASF. Maybe not all of them are somewhere written. BASF and agricultural solutions based in Germany. We have Imagreen, which is based in France. Also, these are world leading GMO producing companies. Now, the UK is out. They don't support it for economic reasons. So they were circulating a lot of propaganda that this genetically modified organism cause cancer and this that because of the conspiracy gained by other companies over them. So they I tell the man, if my mother said, "Oh, you come to the hospital, you go to jail and start preaching for something he doesn't know," I would never allow advise any scholar to come and talk about genetic if it's not a science. In the same way, I would never advise any scholar to come and address issues that has to do with vaccine if it's not a science. Because at the end of the day, they will realize that what they said was not correct, and they'll come and start. You can see, they contradict themselves. So it's not good for any scholar to succumb to these people. They are just writing it for themselves, and they use religious scholars and whatever to discourage people. Because and now this UK,
that did not approve the use of GMO. Now gradually have approved the use of GMO, selected GMOs. And then now, I know that they are also about to buy this company there, the company Monsanto. And now they have now approved the use of GMOs for animal feeds. If you feed animals, you are so they are now gradually accepting it after critical rejection. So you can see, please let us not jump into this politics. It is a politics and it's purely socio-economic. Next slide, please. So these are some of the procedure for screening GMOs and establishing itself. These are steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next slide. Still the continuation. This is what Nigerian Biosafety Management Agency does before they allow the release of any products, GMO products in the market. Next slide. So therefore, we have mentioned that there are steps: biosafety risk assessment, scientific evaluation of potential risks, public consultation, because we have to consult public also convince them that this is safe, and stakeholder engagement, the risk management strategies, in case there is a negative consequence, how will you develop strategies for containment of GMOs to prevent unintended spread, periodic review of post-market monitoring, and providing feedback. These are some of the strategies being adopted. Next slide. The public concern, as you mentioned, these are some of the concerns people are making, especially misinformation and skepticism about it. And then who benefits from GMO commercialization? There is this question. Indeed, the companies or the population who benefits more? Then low awareness among farmers and consumers as you mentioned doing something to the as multiplied multiples of multiples. Next, that one. Next, please. Then there are so many challenges and opportunities in the GMO technology. But some of the challenges being encountered is limited public awareness and acceptance. No acceptance by the public. Number two, there is regulatory gaps and enforcement issues. National Biosafety Management Agency alone cannot do it. Sometimes they do visit some supermarkets. There are some supermarkets, they take samples of foods they suspect to be GMOs, but sometimes they are being attacked also. So all this are some of the challenges in establishing the use of GMOs. Then some of the another concern, as you mentioned earlier, there is issue of monopoly organization by the developers and producers. Then we have opportunities. Some of the advantages we have is potential to enhance food security and reduce malnutrition. That can be established beyond that. Then we invest in local biotech research and development, right? We can have biotechnology research in 1%, and then they should be studying our communities. They should come up with so many varieties, improved varieties, and then among farmers, you will see change. You will see improvement in our condition. Then we should also strengthen Nigeria's biosafety framework for responsible innovation so that we make it very efficient and less challenging. Next slide. So having said this, we are done with issues that have to do with application of genetic engineering and the development of GMOs, controversies, pros and cons, and then to cap it off on the application of biotechnology in agriculture
We also have, when we are talking of agriculture, we also deal with animal. We deal with animal care, and it also extends to environment. We remember the one health approach. So this is what it's saying here. We have animal disease prevention through genetically engineered vaccines. Then we have the phytoremediation in our environment to remove toxic wastes. And then we also use biotechnology to reduce ecological impact. That is why the practice of this biotechnology as well as biosafety in Nigeria is under the Ministry of Environment. Because it is not only human health, there is animal health, and there is also environmental health. Next slide. So therefore, in this, there are in agricultural biotechnology, we have to concentrate and address this coexistence, that's balancing biotechnology, conventional practices, and organic farming system. All this will require coming up with guidelines ensuring that all the practices be allowed to work at once, not one eliminating the other. Public perception should be addressed as we anytime we have any opportunity to address public office scientifically and with truthfulness and sincerity to do that. Then equitable access, that is another concept. Because we may not, especially in underdeveloped and developed countries, we have limited access to this. While the developed countries are making their lives so connectivity because they make life easier for us. Products. Next slide. Therefore, we need to have accelerated breeding through biotechnology. We need to have sustainable biofactories. Operated at a later cost, and then we should also consider our environment. In conclusion, as far as health is concerned, we should also balance a vaccine through genetic engineering. Then we also have to consider the safety of humans that administer it. So there should be equitable access. When vaccines, for example, the COVID-19 vaccine was developed, it was so expensive in our countries because of exchange rate. But in other countries, they find it at cheaper rates. Why? Because there is this factor of trying to go line in the developed and undeveloped countries. So this should be addressed if we want progress in the law. Then sustainable environmental factor should also be considered two parts. And in health, from the health perspective. And also in agricultural science, we should also know that this biotechnology is a cornerstone of sustainable agriculture because of what we have earlier. Improvement, resistance to herbicide, tests, your ability to now make some innovations through that. This is very important and it is encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your interview. Applies practical experience. Nation or sexuality, classes like Browning and storage. And we can see that very wide fields where the knowledge of biotechnology can be applied in human health, in diagnostic, in treatment, and other therapeutic applications. It's also wide application in agricultural fields in the crop protections
and the other for sustainable development, also in biosecurity and biosafety, in the research opportunities in academia, by excellence, and other areas, in manufacturing industries for the production, manufacturing of a lot of goods to be used by either human, environment, animals, and others, also in socio-economic perspective. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Very energetic and interactive session. So, we are going to invite maybe one or two comments from the participants, then question and answers. Take note, we are going to limit the number of the time is already past 1 hour. Only have comments. Not only one, maybe I will give numbers so that we can point. 1, 2, this side, 3 on this side, 3 comments, and 1 in
Some of the problem. One, you said before, but my take was for the perception that majority of people have on technology. Now that majority of farmers agree with pesticide, and I think majority knows the impact of that pesticide. Why they not aware of the consequences that it imposes on the plant and human health?
Is it a question?
Yes, sir.
What will I say? Comments? Question two. What's your question? Okay, so let's take it on connectivity.
Okay, so
knowledgeable in this area, what you have demonstrated was how the application of these technology. Is there any doubt that you have or that you observe in this technology
I used to be very simple about it. However, one thing that will still will not or has not removed my complete skepticism about GMO is animal aspect of it. Because I kept asking about what happened to Dolly sheep from the stem cell research that was carried out. I'm sure Prof. has a lot to tell you about it. So thank you very much for taking your time and sharing your knowledge, experience, as well as experts with us. And then to the rest of the participants, my dear colleagues who are here, sincerely thank you very much for sparing your time to be here and then to listen to these very wonderful presentations. Despite our tight schedule, because we're all aware, we're in the midst of having so many meetings to do, scripts, but we still, despite all that, our time to do so. Thank you very much. This lecture, I wish to say thank you very much for you. I wish each and every one of us tiny mercy back to our respective destinations. And meanwhile, the virtual as well as the individual presentations, I think is going to continue. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful speech. I want to make a few announcements before we go. And before the announcement, I would like to again thank our two keynote speakers who have done more than justice to the two topics that we were given to. And we are very much happy and we have learned a lot from the presentations, as can even be seen from the engagements that the presentations have generated so far. Thank you very much once again. And for the new announcements, physical presentations will continue by 2 o'clock so that we can have some break and stretch our legs. We can come back by 2 o'clock. Meanwhile, yes, at this particular event, meanwhile, the virtual presentation is already ongoing. As mentioned by the chairman, 236 abstracts were already accepted, and the majority of them are going to be presented virtually. So we created 5 different rooms based on different thematic areas, and the presentations are already ongoing. But for the physical presentations, they are going to continue at this particular venue. So few participants who want to register today, this is the venue where everything will be done for the physical activities in this particular portion. And then for the presentation, in order to minimize wasting time, we enjoin the participants to please send their PowerPoint presentations to this source of number so that by 2 p.m. we will continue. And the chairman of the physical presentation is here with us already, Professor Bashir Abdullah Malabashi is already here with us. So thank you very much once again. I wish you safe journey. Before that, I will invite Dr. Amir Usman, the head department of mathematics, to close this prayer course. Thank you very much. Eh.
Ina shan ruwan ke sa samu hannu.
Hello, good afternoon. Um, Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khalid Musali Audu, and I will be serving as the technical session host for this virtual session of the first Umyu Conference of Natural and Applied Sciences, organized by the Faculty of Natural and Applied Sciences, UMYUK. We're pleased to welcome researchers and participants from across Nigeria and beyond. Before we begin, please note the following. Kindly mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And also, if you have any question, you can kindly drop them in the chat box. Also, each presenter will have 10 to 12 minutes, which will then be followed by 3 to 5 minutes of Q&A session. Our first presenter is, let me quickly. Our first presenter is Zainab Bashir Rini. Hello, if Zainab Bashir Rini is around, please, the floor is now yours. Zainab Bashir Rini, is she around? So in the absence of Zainab Bashir, we'll move to the next presenter, who is Ibrahim Kabir. Our next presenter is Ibrahim Kabir.
Yes, I'm around.
Okay, please, the floor is now yours.
Okay, please kindly share my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Sensitive.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
Just a moment, please.
All right.
Hope you are seeing the screen.
Yes, but yes, yes.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. As you can see, my name is Brian Agon. I'm from Adiabai. It's after this one, it's from the Department of Fisheries. So, you can see from the screen, I protect this organochlorine pesticide segment of the stream environment, lower Yellowstone Basin, eastern Brazil. This project research was conducted in Brazil. So from the introduction, you can see the first point, anthropogenic activity. Go to the next page. Hello. Mr. Khalid, go to the next page. You can open the screen fully. Okay, from this page, you can see anthropogenic activities. So anthropogenic activities, human activities that bring about this pesticide in the environment.
Please, can you raise your voice a little bit?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Very well.
Yes, sir.
All right. You can open the screen in the big that side. Fully. Yes, exactly. Click it. Good. So you can see the first point, as I said earlier, anthropogenic activities. The human activities are those activities that bring about this pesticide. The pesticides detected in this environment were BCH insecticide, DDT, DDE, DDT, the latrine, etc., etc. So there is public concern about these pesticides, which they cause malfunctioning of the endocrine and the reproductive system in the animal and the humans. So the these chemicals bring serious effects on the ecosystem, such as deviation of normal function of the ecosystem, loss of species diversity, destroying habitat, reducing food supply, and even reproduction. They even causes negative consequences of the population in the community, that is in the ecosystem. So here in this project, we check about shallow and deep lakes. These shallow and deep lakes can be differentiated in their depths. The shallow lakes is less than or equal to 3-meter depth, while the deep lakes are greater than 3-meter or equal to 3-meter depth. Go to the next page, please. Go to the next page, please. Yes. So here in this chart, you can see the process involved in the fed and transport of this pesticide into aquatic environment. This pesticide, they go to the aquatic environment through runoff land, then they go to the ground level, then etc. You can check the chart, the diagram, and see how they go through. Go to the next page. So the main objective of this research, you can see the objective of the present research project was to evaluate the different levels of pesticides in the sediment of the constrained environment, lower Rio Doce in Brazil, considering the temporal, that's seasonal, and the morphometric aspect of the studies related to depths of the lake. Go to the next page. The study area. The level of pesticides were assessed in the sediment of deep and shallow lakes from Rio Doce in Brazil. So this survey were performed in 3 different deep and 3 different shallow lakes. First one is Limao, Jofrana, and Novo. That is the deep lakes. While in the shallow lakes, we have Lake Ariel, and Lake Monsora. So the catchment areas of this study of extreme environments are characterized by multiple agricultural and human occupations, as we said earlier, the anthropogenic activities. Go to the next page. The next page, this figure is showing us the map of the study lakes, the deep and shallow lakes. You can see we name them S18, S19, and S20. That is in the deep lakes. You check carefully in the map. Then the shallow lakes, they represent S23, 24, 25, respectively. So next page. Go to the next page. Yes, so here is the map, Google map of the areas. The Limao stations, you can see them in the blue black, then the Nova Lakes, then the Lagoa Nova. Go to the next page. This is the continuation of the shallow lakes, Monsora and the Ariel lakes also. Go to the next page. So here is the methodology, the method we use in this research. Sediments were collected during dry and raining period. Then central point of the lakes, 1 sample per lake every month. So we collected 1 sample per month per lake every month during dry and rainy season. Then the pesticide extractions was performed using succulent extractors with a capacity of 60 ml and the volumetric plugs of 250 ml, which were heated by about 60 degrees Celsius by heating blanket. It was used in the solvent mixture, that is the hexane and the dichloromethane. Then the total pesticides were analyzed in the gas chromatography coupled with the mass spectrometry, that is the GC and the MS with electron capture detection. Then the statistical significance of this set of variables were tested using one-way analysis of variance, that is the ANOVA. Then all the statistical analysis were carried out with the software R version, that is the 3.61 version, which was developed in the 2019. Go to the next page. So here is the results. This next page. Good. This result is the box plot representing the minimum, maximum, and the median values of the PCOs detected in the sediment of the study water bodies. So you can see the BCH in the 6 lakes, then the DDT in the 6 lakes, which Nova here in the BCH was detected highly, while Joprana lakes show the lowest. while in the DDT, Joprana shows the lowest also, and the RL show the highest level. Go to the next page. Good. This box plot also represent the minimum and maximum of deltrin and atrin. You can see the deltrin is highest in the RL, while also here the anarenin also shows the highest. Joprana in both the box shows the lowest percentage. Go to the next page. This also for PCBs, which represent the minimum and maximum and the medium. Go to the next page. Good. This figure is the geographical representation of the first two axes of principal component analysis. That is the PCA for legs A and fund B in relation to organic compounds present in the soil of Lower Rio Doce, Brazil. The blue color represents the sampling point associated with the rainy season, while the brown color represents the dry season. Only the first axis scores were interpreted according to the broken stick selection criteria. Go to the next page. Very good. So in continuation, these box plots, I divided them into A, B, C, D. The box plot representing the heterogeneity of the insecticides present in the soil during the rainy season are box A and C. You can see them horizontally. And in dry season is box B and D, the right-hand side. So considering each of the environments A and B, and the legs and fonts C and D of the Lower Rio Brazil, the gray and white boxes, they represent the wet and dry season, respectively. So here, the trend did not show any difference significantly. So they are of the same, almost the same level. Go to the next page. So here is the figure 3 that is showing the heterogeneity of the insecticide present in the soil through the box plot and the principal coordinate analysis for each of the environments, that is box A and B, and between the legs and the lagoons, between C and D of the Lower Rio Brazil. Each of the environment was identified with different colors, boxes in 5A and B, which represent the significant colors, significant differences. Go to the next page. Next page, please. So this is the discussion of the results. So the use of pesticides have already gained global attention owing to their diversity distribution through different ways, such as air. They go into our lakes, go into our rivers through air, water, or food web, thus affecting both human and the aquatic organism far from their origin. So following the global tendencies, the
Please,
Brazilian
just
government.
a quick time check. Kindly begin to round off in the next 1 to 2 minutes, please.
All right. So the global tendencies, the Brazilian government have already banned the use of this pesticide. Then these pesticides, they affect the water quality by precipitation and the nutrient content. Go to the next page. So go to the next page. Go to the next page, please. So you can see in conclusion, so this study highlights the need of nationwide monitoring program to verify the actual risks of this pesticide. So more efficient method of monitoring of this lacustrine environment are fundamental since they are used for recreational and water supplies. So you can see high concentration of this pesticides during dry season will be attributed to disciplinary and runoff from agricultural fields. From the farms, they enter our dams and others. So thank you for listening. We don't have much time to discuss the results. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. The floor is now open for questions, remarks, contribution. Please, anyone with question can raise his or her hand or put the questions in the chat box. All right, but please, why Brazil for the study area?
Yes, I can't hear anybody talking.
No, I said why Brazil?
Yes, I did this research during my master's in Brazil. I did my MSc in Brazil. So during my master's, we did this research.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes.
What but I noticed that in-text citation is scanty in your write-up. Any justification for this, please?
You said?
In-text citation. Yes, any justifications, please?
In-text citation?
Yes, like here, no any citations. Except here, the last one. Even though it's
okay,
not
no
scientific.
references?
Yes, yes.
The reason is because it's a PowerPoint presentation. If you want the paper, I can send it to you. I remove all the citations because it's not a full paper. This is for purpose of presentations. This is the only reason I
All right, we'll proceed. Thank you very much, Ibrahim Kabir.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know if Zainab is back.
Yes, sir, I am back.
Okay, please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, sir. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma. I don't know for the rest.
Okay. And good afternoon, everyone. Sir?
Yes, I said I do hope they are also hearing.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zainab Bashirini from Department of Microbiology, Ahmad Bello University, Zaria. And I'm here to make a presentation on this titled Virulence and Antibiogram of Escherichia coli strains isolated from suspected urinary tract infection patients attending selected hospitals in Zaria, Kaduna State, Nigeria. This is the presentation outline. We have the introduction, materials and method, results and discussion, and then conclusion. Introduction. Escherichia coli is an opportunistic pathogen of humans and animals that cause many infections, such as urinary tract infection, that is the UTI, pneumonia, wound infection, and septicemia. It is a bacterium with a genome that presents great adaptability, which is a fact that has favored its great diversity formed by commensal clones that naturally colonize the intestine and contribute to the proper functioning of the host organism. However, in the evolutionary process, the Escherichia coli has generated pathogenic clones, that is the pathotypes that can cause intestinal diseases called diarrheogenic E. coli, which is the DEC, and others more related to infections outside the intestine, as in the case of the UTIs, which are named the extraintestinal Escherichia coli. Urinary tract infection, that is UTI, is an infection that affects the urinary systems, such as the kidney, urethra, bladder, or the urethra. Most UTIs are caused by specialized Escherichia coli strains, which are referred to the uropathogenic E. coli, known as the UPEC. They possess a variety of virulence factors, which it uses to attach, invade, and injure the hosts. These virulence factors include adhesins, toxins, ion acquisition factors, lipopolysaccharides that are encoded on the pathogenicity island in order to break the inertia of the mucosal barrier. The materials and method. Urine samples were collected from suspected urinary tract infection patients in a sterile sample bottles and were brought immediately in an ice box to the Department of Microbiology Laboratory, Ahmad Bello University Zaria, for analysis. A loopful of the urine samples were inoculated on eosinophil blue agar and incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Colonies with greenish metallic sheen were gram-stained and viewed under the oil immersion objectives. The suspected E. coli strains were biochemically confirmed using the indole test, methyl red Rhodesiosperca, citrate utilization, motility test, and the urease test. The antibiotic susceptibility testing was carried out on the biochemically confirmed isolates according to the CLSI, using the modified Tebibara disc diffusion method, using the antibiotics ampicillin, trimethoprim, sulfamethoxazole, cefoxitin, imipenem, gentamicin, tetracycline, ciprofloxacin, and amoxicillin clavulanate. This is the result. As you can see from figure 1, a total of 200 samples was examined for the analysis, out of which 28 were found to harbor the Escherichia coli bacterium, which gives a prevalence of 14%. Okay, according to the selected hospitals, the prevalence are presented in table 1, as we can see in our table. Ahmad Bello University Medical Center, it has the highest prevalence of 26.0%, as we can see from our table, followed by Gambasawaba General Hospital with a prevalence of 14.0%, Major Ibrahim Bello Abdullahi Memorial Hospital with a prevalence of 10.0%, and the Muslim Specialist Hospital with a prevalence of 6.0%. The difference between these 4 hospitals was statistically significant, since their p-value was less than greater than, since the p-value was less than 0.05. Okay. The next table is showing the antibiotic susceptibility pattern of the Escherichia coli isolates from the suspected UTI patient. As you can see, this is the list of the antibiotics that are being used. We have the ampicillin, 10 microgram. Under this, the susceptibility table, none of the Escherichia coli was found to be susceptible to the to ampicillin. That is to say, the E. coli isolates are 100% resistant to ampicillin and cefoxitin. This is our ampicillin. The susceptibility is 0, cefoxitin 2. The susceptibility is 0. While if you notice from imipenem, which is a carbapenem, we have 28, all the 28 isolates that were positive for the, that were biochemically confirmed to be Escherichia coli were found to be 100% susceptible to imipenem. A high level of activity was observed in imipenem. That is, it is 100% active against all the E. coli isolates. This finding is in agreement with the work of Nakit et al. 2020, who also reported an efficacy of 96.40% on Escherichia coli using the same antibiotic, that is the imipenem. Then the ampicillin and cefoxitin, they do not have any effect on the Escherichia coli isolate. That is to say, they are 100% resistant to the antibiotic. This is also similar with the work of Ekram et al. 2001, who reported a high level of resistance among Escherichia coli to ampicillin antibiotic. In this study, the Escherichia coli showed resistance to 2 or more antibiotics. None of the isolate was resistant to a single antibiotic, but any isolate that is found to be resistant to at least one agent in 3 or more of the antimicrobial classes is considered to be a multi-drug resistant, the MDR. The antibiotic susceptibility test revealed that 96.4%, that is 27 out of the 28 E. coli isolate that were tested, were found to be multi-drug resistant, while only 3.6% were resistant to only 2 antibiotics. The MA index indicated that high value of MA index.
Almost time.
Okay, conclusion. The result of this study showed high rates of antimicrobial resistance to almost all of the antibiotics tested. The isolates were 100% resistant to ampicillin and cefoxitin. Intermediate activity was observed in gentamicin, as we can see from our table. The high level of resistance was also observed to trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole, tetracycline, ciprofloxacin, and amoxicillin clavulanate. The imipenem was the only antibiotic that is 100% effective on all the isolates, and it is therefore recommended for empirical treatment of Escherichia coli in the study area. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. The floor is now open for questions, comments, recommendation, and observation. Please, if you have question, you can just unmute your mic and say out your question.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mr. Abdullah Muhammad Yawazin. Can you hear me, Zainab?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my question is on your bacteria. Is there,
okay.
Although I just recently joined the meeting, the presentation. I don't know if there is any biochemical test that you carry out to confirm the bacteria.
Yes, I carried INVIC, the indole test, the motility test, the Voges for power test, and the citrate utilization test.
Okay. What's the stain of your bacteria?
Sir?
What's the gram stain of the bacteria?
They are gram negative.
Okay. That's my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, please, did you carry out molecular testing of the genes? For instance, for resistive genes in E. coli?
No. There was no
Okay.
molecular. So I didn't even get your question.
No, I said, did you carry out molecular testing to identify resistive genes?
Okay, there was molecular tests, but it is not captured on this presentation. So it is under molecular analysis of the work.
Okay. Okay, what about regarding your statistical testing?
Yes.
Which test did you carry out? Was it chi-squared or?
It's
because
chi-square,
I'm
sir.
seeing p-value. Okay.
Yes, chi-square.
Okay. So in the absence of no further questions, we'll move on, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Our next presenter is Rana Salisu.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Please kindly share your screen and.
Okay, just a minute.
Okay, sir.
Before that, sir, Mr. Chairman, please, the list, is it in accordance or is randomly?
No, it's not random. It's based on those that first contacted me through WhatsApp. But after them, I'll begin based on abstract ID.
Good.
Because only 4 contacted me through WhatsApp.
Because actually I contacted you, then you didn't pick up the call. So, and according to the list, I'm second
Yeah,
presenter.
I saw your missed call. We are on technical lead paper presentation. That's why I couldn't take your call. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. So I'm ready now, maybe after this presenter.
Okay. Your name, please.
Abdullah Mohammed Yabagi.
Okay. There is one person. After him, then you will be the next.
Okay, sir.
Sir, can Zainab, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can Zainab remove her shared
I have muted
PowerPoint?
her.
So you have to share your screen.
Sir, Zainab's screen is still shared. Hello, sir.
Yes, we are with you.
Sir, can you
Share
move
your
to the
screen
next
so that I
person?
can present. Mr. Chairman, he asks you to move to the next person.
Okay. Okay. Okay, please, Malam Abdullah, you can go ahead, please. Before.
Okay, sir.
Right. Hello, Abdullah.
So I find it difficult in sharing this. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Please, are you still having difficulty in sharing your screen? Hello? Hello, Abdullah. Maybe I think we'll take the next presenter. Abdul Hadi Muhammad.
Hello, sir. 0252 is ready. 0252 is ready, sir.
No, we are
252 is ready, sir.
Based on those that contacted us earlier. So abstract ID 018, is he with us? Role of fungi in heavy metal bioremediation and soil health, an overview. Participant with abstract ID 018.
This is 252.
So are you set? Please go ahead.
052.
You mean Abdullahi Muhammad?
Okay.
Is it Abdullahi Muhammad? 019, is he with us? Please, is 019 with us? Isolation and identification of Covolaria pseudobrachispora leaf spots disease on coconuts. Abstract ID 019.
Yes, I'm with you. I'm trying to share the screen.
Okay. 019. Zero 19. Kindly go ahead.
Maybe you can call on next person. I find it difficult in sharing the
Yes,
screen.
I'm trying
I don't know how
to
to go
call
about
the.
it.
You can as well send your presentation slide, please.
Can I send it via WhatsApp?
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, hello.
Yes, sir, I said I can now share it, but I don't know if I should wait for Mr. Yabagi to finish his one.
No, please just go ahead.
Okay, can I go on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening. Hello?
Hello, sir. Please go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Imran Salisu. I am from Computer Aided Therapeutic Discovery and Design Laboratory, Federal University of Technology, Akure. The title of my research is in silico identification of Acinetobacter baumannii outer membrane protein A inhibitors from Moringa oleifera disrupting biofilm formation and virulence. In this outline, as you can see, we have introduction, framework of process involved, target identification and validation, lead identification, molecular docking, user modeling and machine learning, admit profiling, molecular docking simulation, and conclusion. Introduction. Antimicrobial resistance, or AMR, is one of the most serious threats to public health. The abuse and overuse of antimicrobials in humans and animals are the main drivers in developing drug-resistant pathogens. The resistance is acquired through various mechanisms, which include OMPA, which is outer membrane protein A, prevention of drug entry, expulsion of the drug, via active efflux, mutation of targets, and enzymatic inactivation. Bacterial AMR was estimated to be directly responsible for 1.27 million global deaths in 2019 and contributed to 4.95 million deaths, and the rise in resistance of disease-causing pathogens to antibiotics was reported in 17 countries, which indicates it's not bound by any boundaries. As you can see from my right-hand side, the figure is showing how the antimicrobial resistance is occurring. That is a mechanism. The mechanism is either through efflux form, mutation of the target, or enzymatic activation. Acinetobacter baumannii causes a wide range of hospital and community-based infections, which include pneumonia, urinary tract infections, bacteremia, meningitis, and skin soft tissue infections. The growing resistance of Ebomani to first-line antibiotics has produced a deadly combination of antimicrobial resistance and possibilities that plague hospitals. Plant-derived secondary metabolites with antibacterial properties represent a promising avenue to designing novel therapeutics. Plant extracts phytochemicals are the main contributors, offering diverse antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anthelmintic, and antiviral properties. The figures here in the right-hand side of the slide is showing some phytochemicals, which include moringin, glucomoringin, and quercetin, which are all obtained from Moringa oleifera plant. Moringa oleifera is a medicinal plant that is known for its antimicrobial properties and the compound of diverse phytochemicals like moringin, glucomoringin, glucotrioxin, palmitic acid, quercetin, camphorol, isoanthusine, and others. So, as you can see, Moringa oleifera contains large number of phytochemicals, which are proven to be antibiotics or antibacterial in nature. As the compounds are so many, the issue of drug discovery in the last 50 years has reported to be that traditionally drug discovery takes more than 10 years and costs more than $2 billion because of the slow process. It often also involves trial and error approach, leading to high failure rate. Nowadays, the advent of computational tools give rise to the use of computer simulation to discover, design, and develop a drugs that otherwise could take more than 15 years before it developed. But recently, a computer-driven approach are now employed to design a drugs which could take a year to get produced. Here we say Insilico utilizes the use of computational tools and algorithms to aid in drug discovery and development in a faster way, unlike in traditional way. The framework of processes involved in drug design and discovery. Number one, we have what we call target identification. Target identification is meant to mean to identify the disease that you are willing to fight off. In this case, we are trying to address the problem of antimicrobial resistance in Acinetobacter baumannii. So there are many resistant genes that are implicated in antimicrobial resistance found in Acinetobacter baumannii. One of which that aid in the biofilm formation and virulence is outer membrane protein. So in this case, our target identification is outer membrane protein. So here we are trying to see if we can get a compound that is phytochemical compound from Moringa oleifera, which can inhibit or fight out the outer membrane protein that is utilized by this microorganism to form a biofilm and proviral. And then second, we have what we call lead identification. This lead identification is meant to mean identify which promising compounds can be used to inhibit this outer membrane protein. That is target lead identification. And then the next thing, we have what we call molecular docking. This is a computational technique that predicts the optimal orientation of a ligand when it binds to a target protein, which also estimates the binding affinity. Molecular docking is employed in order to see if there is interaction or binding between our lead compound, in this case our phytochemical compound, with our target disease, which is our target protein here, which is outer membrane protein, to see if they can dock, that is, if they combine. If they combine, it means the compound from Moringa oleifera can inhibit the outer membrane protein. So this is the main reason why molecular docking is employed, because it is fast, which is used primarily for virtual screen to find the protection drug candidate. Some of the softwares used in molecular docking are Autodoc, Bina, Pyrex, Maestro, Glide, etc. The next thing is we have to look at quantitative structure activity relationship, known as QSAR modeling and machine learning. A quantitative structure activity relationship and molecular docking are two critical techniques in drug discovery, each serving distinct but complementary roles. Here, QSAR helps to predict the biological activity of molecules based on their chemical structure. So, based on the chemical structure, we can easily predict the bioactivity of any compound, which means we can modify the structure in order to improve the bioactivity of any phytochemical compound. Also, we have what we call machine learning. Machine learning in drug discovery involves the use of algorithms that can be used to learn from the data to make prediction without being explicitly programmed. Nowadays, since we have large volumes of biological data, in this case, large volume of protein data that are implicated in a particular disease, as well as large volume of data related to phytochemicals, we can easily employ machine learning to learn from those data so that we can easily identify which of the compound can be used to fight off a particular disease. So the next thing is we have what we call adimate profile. For a compound from phytochemical compound to be a drug candidate, it must pass this adimate profile. This adimate profile in drug discovery refers to the assessment of a drug's absorption, distribution, metabolism, extraction, and toxicity properties. These parameters are crucial for determining how a drug will behave in the body, its efficacy and safety. No matter how promising drug is, that is, no matter how its bioactivity is promising, if it didn't pass this adimate, then it will not be deployed for clinical trial or for in vitro studies. So adimate profile is one of the critical steps in drug discovery, because a drug must be absorbed, it must be dissolved, it must be metabolized, it must be extracted, and it must be free from toxicity, which means we have to balance between toxicity and bioactivity. No matter how high bioactivity of a compound is, if there is high toxicity, we have to discuss that compound. The next thing is molecular dynamic simulation. After performing all the aforementioned steps in drug discovery, then we are now performing a molecular dynamic simulation, which is aimed at studying how protein ligand interaction complexes behave over time of the atomic level. That is to say, how the protein, here in this case, how the outer membrane protein A behave when it is bound with a phytochemical, for instance, origin from moringa over time, because we would like to see the behavior of the ligand and protein over time, so that maybe if they bind, how long are they going to bind? Because if they bind in a short period of time and unbind, then the drug is not going to work in the body. So we like to study the behavior of the relationship or interaction between the outer membrane protein and one of the phytochemicals compound from moringa to see how long will they stay together. So the softwares involved in molecular dynamics simulation are Chromax, Shamgui, and the PMD. These are some of the softwares that are deployed in MD simulation, that is molecular dynamics simulation, which is used to study also the stability and the flexibility of this interaction. In conclusion, antimicrobial resistance is one of the most serious threats to public health. The World Bank also estimates that AMR could result in $1 trillion in additional healthcare costs by 2050, and $3.4 trillion in gross domestic product losses per year by 2030. This report was compiled by World Bank. Phytochemicals derived from plants play a role in drug discovery. Plants such as Moringa oleifera are a great source of antimicrobial bioactives. A number of computational approaches nowadays, including molecular docking, adamant profiling, QSAR modeling, machine learning, molecular dynamics simulations, are all now employed in drug discovery in order to faster the drug discovery, design, and development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. It's now time for questions, comments, or recommendation. If you have question, please kindly unmute yourself, your mic, and say your question.
I have question, Mr. Salis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Salis, okay.
Yes, sir.
My question
hear
is,
you, sir.
what's the justification towards your research?
Our justification here is to see that if phytochemicals found in Moringa oleifera can be used to fight out the antimicrobial resistance found in Acinetobacter baumannii. As we are aware, this organism is one of the World Health Organization list of organisms of concern. And as we are aware, Acinetobacter baumannii is earlier it was opportunistic organism, that is, it was opportunistic bacteria. It doesn't cause harm. It is not pathogenic. But nowadays, because of environmental status and other conditions, it's now pathogenic, and it is now growing antimicrobial resistance. And now some of these synthetic drugs are proven ineffective in the fight of antimicrobial resistance. As I said earlier, overuse of this synthetic-based antibiotics are one of the main cause of antimicrobial resistance. But this plant, especially Moringa oleifera, has been in use for quite a long period of years, and up to now there has been no report of antimicrobial resistance found in the use of Moringa oleifera. And as we are aware, there are thousands of phytochemicals associated with Moringa oleifera. So our aim here is to conduct what we call virtual screening, to screen out the good candidate phytochemicals found in Moringa oleifera to see that which one can be used to target the outer membrane protein A. As we are aware, this outer membrane protein A is utilized or deployed by Acinetobacter baumannii bacteria or any other bacteria to form biofilm and improve virulence factor.
Okay, no problem. What do you recommend to things like this traditional herbalists and others towards your research?
Sir, can you repeat?
Okay, I say, what is your recommendation towards the research? What do you recommend to herbalists and drug users?
Okay, so our recommendation here is to go and perform the in vitro and the in vivo analysis. After that, then we can move to clinical trial. And my recommendation to those who use herbal drugs is that this herbal drugs has been in use since millennia. But the issue with herbal drug here is that, as I have just said, this Moringa oleifera contains thousands of phytochemicals, and each phytochemical has a distinct target against a particular disease. But these herbal drugs, they are multi-target, and they contain so many number of phytochemicals which are not selective sometimes. So that is the difference between the use of herbal drugs and the use of this research to see that if we can identify a particular compounds from Moringa oleifera that can be used to target this only outer membrane proteins that we are interested in. So because some of these herbal drugs, as I said earlier, they are multi-target drugs. They can target almost anything. But here we want to be specific. We want to see which one of the phytochemical can target a particular can target a particular protein. Let's assume here our aim is to target oxygenase A. But here our target here is to see if we can target outer membrane protein. Because here our aim is to see if we can address the problem of biofilm formation and the virulence associated with Acinetobacter pumili.
All right, thank you. Yeah, well, my question.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Okay, Malam Salis, please, from your title, are you suggesting some computational approach, or you actually performed the research using the approach you highlighted in your presentation?
Yes, sir. As you can see here, we say in silico. That is to say, computer-driven methodology in the discovery of a inhibitor that can target outer membrane protein A. As I said in my presentation, the traditional method of drug discovery is something that is taking a longer period of time for it to become a promising. As I said, it can take 10 to 15 years, and it can cost 2 point something US billion dollars for you to have a promising drug. But now, as we are now employing or deploying computational driven methodology in drug discovery, is something that can reduce this high number of years, maybe from 10 years to less than a year. Because the computer technology is now moving faster. Every day, new computational tools are employed or are innovated in order to hasten the discovery of the drug. So here, our aim here is to only use computational approach, which is the recommendation. After that, we now move to wet laboratory methodology, that is to perform in vitro and in vivo analysis in order to validate what we discovered in the use of computer-driven methodology.
Okay, thank you so much for this presentation. We'll now move to the next presenter, who is Abdul Hadi.
Mr. Chairman, I'll send you my slide.
Okay.
Yes, I'll send you the slide.
Yes, your name?
Abdullah Muhammad Yabaj.
Yes, I've seen your slides, but our next presenter is Abdul Hadi. He's before you, actually.
Okay.
Abdul Hadi, are you around, please? Abdul Hadi Muhammad. Seems like Abdul Hadi Muhammad is not around. So let me share your screen. Abdullah Muhammad, then you will take over.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Hello? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. I don't know whether you have seen my distance 0252. 0252.
No, I don't think 0252 is in this group. You are not in this group.
No, that is 252.
252, isn't it? Yes, you are not in this group.
This group 5.
No, this is group 4.
shit. But this is the link that they sent to me for
Maybe.
group 5.
Oh. Maybe you can stay around pending one.
Sir?
Okay, maybe no, this is not the link for group 5. It is for group 4, actually.
But this, I don't know, but this is the link that they forward to me under these things.
No, they are different, sorry, actually.
So, then what will I do now?
Oh, let me check the. You can please kindly check your email again. The correct link is there.
So this is group 4.
Oh, yes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I don't know if you have seen my message in the chat box. I asked to add me to the queue of presenters.
Your message?
Yes, in the chat box there.
So, what is it saying? What is the message?
I just want you to add me to the queue of presenters because I did not contact you on the WhatsApp, and I learned that some have already done that. So I want to be in the queue. Hello? Can you hear me, sir? Hello, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Mr. Abdullah Muhammad Jabagi from Department of Math Science and Biotechnology, Cairo University, Kano. I'm here to present a paper on the title, Isolation and Identification of Malaria.
Kindly raise your voice, please.
Here to present a paper on the title, Isolation and Identification of Malaria Pseudobrachyspora, leaf spot disease on coconut plant. Introduction. The background of the study. Coconut palm is one of the most important and useful palm in the world. It is an important crop in the agrarian economy of many countries of the world, providing their basic needs. The coconut offers cultural and religious significance in different nations, in different societies, especially in India, where it is used in performing Hindu rituals. The leaf spot disease of coconut is characterized by small circular brown to black spots with necrotic centers on the leaves, in the nostrils, and very young plant. Spot gradually turns brown with the centers
Please, are you
of the
seeing the
spot
screen?
drying. Yes, I'm seeing the screen. Next, you can move to the next slide.
Okay.
Here is the symptoms of the Here is the symptoms of the coconut leaf spot that causes Covlaria pseudobrachyspora. The statement of the research problem that the low productivities of the coconut plant in Nigeria is as a result of the poor management practice, high density plantings in the groups, poor soil fertility management, inadequate application of organic manure, and poor pest and disease controls. Covlaria Pseudobrachyspora is a fungal pathogen that possesses a significant threat to coconut plant plantation worldwide, particularly in the tropical region. The fungi causes leaf spot disease, leading to substantial economic losses due to reduce the yield as well as decrease the palm longevity and increase the cost of disease management. According to Rawal, in 1990, coconut production is estimated to increase by at least 28% globally if the crop is protected against the various diseases at the nursery. And the disease turned to serious in neglected, ill-drained gardens and in nurseries raised under the heavy shade, according to Ministries of Food and Agriculture in 2018. The justification in terms of management approach, disease diagnosis and management strategies are yet to be identified, but artificial inoculation has been used to confirm the pathogenicity of Covularia pseudobrachyspora. Understanding the disease cycle and identifying the effective management strategies are crucial for controlling the spread of this disease in coconut plant plantations. Identifying the specific pathogen allow for target control measures and prevent significant yield loss. The aim of the studies was to isolate and identify Covularia pseudobrachyspora causing this spot disease on coconut plant, and the objectives of the studies was to isolate Covularia pseudobrachyspora from infected coconut plant, to identify Covularia pseudobrachyspora microscopically and macroscopically. Materials and method. The experimental side. The experiment was conducted at the Plant Pathology Laboratory of Plant Science and Biotechnology Department, Faculty of Life Science, Bayero University, Kano O Campus. The plant sample collection, the coconut leaf spot disease showing the symptoms, leaf spots such as elliptical and brown dark red lesions were collected from Bayero University, Kano O Campus. The isolation of Covularia pseudobrachyspora, the infected coconut plant part, which is the leaf, is with the disease symptoms such as brown, dark red lesion, were cleaned under running tap water and cut into 1 by 1 centimeter segments. Surface sterilization were done by washing with 70% ethanol for 5 minutes, followed by 5 resin with sterilized seawater. The sterilized parts were placed onto the tissue paper for moistening for 5 minutes. The leaves were placed on potato destroy agar, and final resin water were spread onto the PDA medium to check the effectiveness of the surface sterilization. The absence of the microbial growth on the PDA confirmed that the surface sterilization procedure were effective in removing the surface bacteria. Inoculated plates were incubated at 28 plus minus 2 degrees Celsius for 7 days. The fungal colony growing out from the tissue culture were transferred onto the fresh PDA until pure cultures of the organisms were obtained. The identification of the Covularia pseudobrachyspora based on the cultural features of the fungal isolate, the fungal features of the cultural features of the fungal isolate were carried out on the PDA by incubated at 28 plus minus 2 degrees Celsius for 7 days. The features like colony color, shape, size, and colony's reverse side plates were observed. For the microscopic features of the fungal isolate, a plug of the mycelia isolate were placed in the middle of the PDA plate and incubated for 7 days. The natures of the mycelium of the isolate were recorded to aid in the identification. After that, the hyphae and the spores were fixed on the slide and observed under the microscope. The natures of the hyphae spore were also recorded based on the following features such as conidial spore and conidia to further aid in the identification of the fungal isolate. Here is the pure cultures of the Covularia pseudobrachyspora isolated from the infected coconut plant leaf, which shows that the colony revised side of the plate were dark and greenish. Here is the table result on the cultural morphological features of the Covularia pseudobrachyspora isolated from the infected coconut plant, which shows that the colony color of the fungal isolate were greenish brown to dark brown. The colony shape were circular, flat, and slightly raised, and as well as the colony growth were 8 centimeter in diameter. The colony's reverse side were dark in the pigmentations. Here is the microscopic features of the Covularia pseudobrachyspora isolated from the coconut plant, which shows that the hyphae were septate branch. The hyphae in the plates also were erected straight and straight curved. The conidia were slight curved, as well as tapping at the pointed tip. In conclusion, from the present studies, it is clear that the Covularia pseudobrachyspora is the causative agent of leaf spot disease on the coconut plant through the cultural and microscopic identification. This was not the first report of the Covularia pseudobrachyspora causing the leaf spot disease on the coconut plant. Studies based on the cultural and morphological characteristics shows that the Covularia pseudobrachyspora is the causative agent of leaf spot disease on coconut seedling in Nigeria and West Africa. Recommendation. Further, since the Covularia pseudobrachyspora is a relatively recently identified species, research is needed to understand its characteristics, host range, and potential for causing disease outbreak. And further studies should be conducted on molecular studies of pseudobrachyspora for phylogenetic studies. Thank you for listening. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Actually, these were very nice slides with citations, reference, and everything. So the floor is now open for questions and answer. If you have question, please unmute your mic and throw out your question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Sir?
Yeah, I have an observation from this first slide, the title slide.
Please, can you raise up your voice?
Okay, I said I have an observation on the title slide. What you mentioned as this title is, I think, different from what is written as the title.
Okay, let me share the screen again. Let's confirm. So, over to the presenter.
Okay.
Kindly.
Yes. Yes. Let me respond to the question. Thank you for the observation. I actually take note on that and notice that the title of the paper wasn't the one that I intended to share earlier. Actually, the title of the paper is Isolation and Identification of Covularia pseudobrachyspora causing leaf spot disease on coconut plant. Actually, it was a typing error, and I have a 2 slide with me, thinking that the corrected one that I corrected earlier was the one that I shared. So not thinking that I sent the wrong slide. I actually observed that too. Sorry for the inconvenience.
And also, please, in your recommendation, hello, Mr. Presenter.
Yes, sir, I'm with you.
In your presentation, your recommendation, you said this pathogen is new. What do you mean, please? Let me show you here.
It's new?
It's recently identified species. What do you mean, please? Here.
Certainly, yes. What I mean is that it is not the first time that this pathogen was identified, and it wasn't the first time that it was identified and recommended that it causes leaf spot on the coconut. Research and studies have been confirmed.
Yes, sir.
Through
Yes, sir.
have been confirmed.
Sorry, you said
Most
it's recently identified
Yes, I'm around, sir.
species.
Yes, a research was carried out in Ghana, and which was the first report that they recommended that this pathogen causes leaf spots on coconut. So very unfortunate in the campus that I am, I come across of these symptoms, so I carry out the research for the confirmation of it. Hello.
Hello, okay. And
Yes,
okay,
sir.
how many samples did you use, please?
It's only one sample that I pick, which is only the part of the plant that is affected, the symptoms particularly, that I cultivated, then I take it to the lab for the isolation.
You mean only one sample for this conclusion?
You mean the sample
is this
that I
justifiable?
obtained?
Yes,
You
that
mean
you
okay? No, I picked the sample from different location in the campus. About 3 samples.
Yes, how many?
Of a
Okay.
plant. Yes.
You mean okay? You mean 3 coconuts?
Yes, 3 coconut plant that are infected with the disease.
Okay, and you think? Oh, sorry, the 3 coconuts are justifiable.
Okay, I should go to the app.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, thank you. Any other question? Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdullahi. We'll move on to abstract ID 043. Evaluating antibacterial efficacy and phytochemical analysis of fennel seed oil on S. aureus and E. coli. Abstract ID 043. Is it us? Okay. What about abstract ID 049? ID 49. Assessment and of bioabsorption capacity of sugarcane bagasse and cultures of Aspergillus flavus. Abstract ID 49049. Okay. What about abstract ID 064? 064. Comparative analysis of AMR index between methicillin resistant and methicillin sensitive S. aureus. Zero 064 067 chronic kidney disease from a parasitological perspective. Zero 067.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, police. I can hear you. I am trying to share my slide with you. I don't know how to share it.
Okay. Can you share it from there? What is your abstract ID?
Chronic kidney disease from pathological perspective. You just mentioned my ID.
Okay. 067. Can you share it from your end? Huh?
I did not get you.
Okay, let me share my phone number.
Okay, can I send it to you via WhatsApp?
Yes, I've sent my number right now.
Okay, you sent my number. You sent your number.
Yes.
Okay, let me talk to you via. Let me send it to you via WhatsApp.
Okay. Okay, after him, the next one will be 071, then 084, then 086. Kindly get ready. 071, 084, 086, 093, 099. These are the 5 peoples after 067. Jibril Muhammad, we are still waiting, please.
Well,
Still waiting.
I'm trying to send it, and my computer just hooked. I'm trying my best. I'm trying. Sorry, please.
Okay.
If someone is ready, you can start. But I'm trying to send it.
Please. Okay. If 071 is ready, can you go ahead? 071. Pathogenicity study of Helicobacter pylori infection. Is 071 with us? Zero 84.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, kindly write, please.
Okay. Share my slide.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please, is the slide viewable? Can you see the slide, please? Hello?
Yes, ma.
Yeah.
Yes, ma.
Good afternoon. Is the slide available? Can you see it?
Yes, ma. Is everything available?
It's okay, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sakinat Al-Mustafa from Hassan Usman Katsina Polytechnic. I'm here to present the paper on the prevalence of coliform contamination in meat products, implications for food safety in Katsina State. The study. Food safety is a critical concern globally as foodborne illnesses pose significant health risks to consumers. Meat products, in particular, are vulnerable to contamination by pathogenic microorganisms, including coliform bacteria. Coliforms are a group of gram-negative rod-shaped bacteria commonly found in the environment, human gut, and animal intestine. This contamination occurs during slaughtering or processing, during storage, and also during transport. Coliforms can cause foodborne illnesses, and it can also cause economic losses. The statement of the problem: it can cause high risks of borne illnesses due to coliform contamination. It leads to public health issues and also economic losses. Therefore, this study aims to identify effective prevention methods. The aim is to investigate prevalence of coliform contamination in meat, and the objectives are processed meat and also to identify contaminant organisms in meat. Purpose of the significance is to assess coliform contamination in Katsina meat products and also to identify types and levels of contamination, to raise public awareness on hygiene and health risks, and also to inform better sanitation practices and policies. The materials used, the media that we use were the nutrient agar, mokanki agar, and the VRBA. The equipment used were the incubator, autoclave, microscope, and pipette. The sample we use meat from abattoirs. That's the meat we used was the beef meat, chicken, and also the sausage, which was bought from the abattoir and some supermarkets. The analysis used were the cereal dilution, spread plating, and gram staining. From the result obtained, it shows that the chicken sample has, because we use 10 chicken samples, so it has 40% contamination of this coliform bacteria, while the beef meat has 24% and the sausage has 30%, which indicates poor hygiene and food safety risk. This is the chart which shows the level of the contamination of the chicken, sausage, and also the beef. The chicken has 2.5 times 10 to the power of 3 to 1.2 times 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 5 colony forming units per gram, while beef meat has 1.2 times 10 to 5 times 10 to the power of 3 colony forming units per gram, and sausage has 1.8 times 10 to the power of 3 to 6.2 times power of 4 colony forming unit per gram. Common organisms that were identified was the E. coli, the Klebsiella and pneumonia, and the Enterobacter species, which biochemical test was used to determine these organisms. The biochemical test used was the coagulase test, and the gram-negative staining shows it is gram-negative rods. Discussion. High contamination linked to poor handling and sanitation. The sources of the infection is from the infected plant, contaminated water, and also equipment. And the preventions, we can use hazard analysis and critical control, and also GMP regular testing, and essential to protect public health and reduce economic loss. Significant coliform present in local meat product, and also chicken has the higher contamination, which indicates there is need for stricter safety, and also there is need for hygiene training equipment change and regular monitoring. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this concise presentation. The floor is now open for questions and answer.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Ms. Presenter, sorry. You mentioned that 40% of the chickens are contaminated, sort of what I saw. Is that right?
Yes.
In one of the slides. Sorry if you can hear me. In one of your
Yeah, I'm
slides,
hearing.
there is where you mentioned, 40% of the chickens, as in the sample you tested have this contamination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and by the side in bracket, you write 7 out of 10. I want an explanation of that. Do you mean 7 of the chicken or 7 of the samples out of 10 have that contamination?
We collect.
Or what?
Then 7 out of the 10 samples that were collected from the chicken has that coliform contamination, coliform bacteria present in them.
Okay, so if that's the case, 7 out of 10, and if you convert it to percentage, isn't it supposed to be around 70%? I don't know. Not 40 as you, you wrote 40, not 70.
Okay, I think it's supposed.
Okay, why did she put the 40, please?
So you said?
I said, why did she put the 40?
40%. 40%.
I think it's on this slide.
Where? Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Oh, it's 70%,
yeah.
exactly.
Supposed to be 70.
Yes, even this too. Supposed to be beef meat, supposed to be 50%. Because it is 2/4. You use 4 samples, isn't it? And 2 return positive. Please, are you with us?
Think there is... Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Including the sausage.
Yeah, I think there is miscalculation in this slide.
Okay, why is the sample not consistent? Sample number. For instance, for
Because
chicken, you use 10 samples, beef 4 samples, sausage 3 samples.
I consider the level of consumption, because I think chicken has higher consumption needed within our people. Because sausage is not everyone that used to take sausage.
Most people consume beef meat now.
But chicken is more consumable to me. That's why I use higher number of chicken.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. And there's sample size formula.
Okay.
Because you can't just, as a scientific research, you can't just pick a random number and say it is our sample size.
Okay.
And what about statistical tests to see if it is significant or not?
Like, hello?
Now, yes, I thought about statistical tests, data analysis,
Hello?
statistical analysis, I mean. What happened?
Hello? 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 Hello, sir. Bani ji. Hello? Hello? Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. It's like the chairman is not, maybe he's down. His network is down.
Yes,
Because
it
we
may
can
be
hear
it's
you,
not.
but I think the chairman.
But hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, but the chairman's like is not available.
Sorry for the interruption. I don't know what actually happened.
Okay.
Hello. I
Okay.
think
Any
it's
other questions?
a network issue.
Hello. Any other question? So thank you, Sakina, for this presentation once again. We can take the next presenter. Hello, Sakina.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Hello, sorry for the technical issue. 067, are you set, please?
Yes, sir, I'm set, but I sent you my work. Have you seen it?
Oh, let me check. Okay, go ahead, please. Mr. Jibril Muhammad. Jibril Muhammad, are you set? Oh.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Start.
Okay, okay. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Hope you are seeing my screen, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm seeing it 100%.
Okay. Go ahead,
Okay,
please.
my name is Jibril Muhammad. I'm here to present a comprehensive review on chronic kidney disease from parasitological perspective, which is aimed to be presented here at Umyu-Nas Conference 2025. Please go to the next slide. Introduction. Parasitic agents have been known to cause human diseases since ancient times and are endemic in tropical and subtropical regions. Chronic kidney disease is referred to as the progressive and irreversible loss of kidney function over a period of time. Parasitic infections can lead to CKD through various mechanisms. If I said chronic kidney disease, I am referring to the total loss of the kidney or partial loss of kidney function, which is in most of the cases or in almost all of the cases irreversible. The more you lose your kidney function, you will hardly get it back. It can only be replaced. Before that occurs, in most of the cases, it starts by the acute kidney infection, which gradually continues and result in this chronic kidney disease. However, this acute kidney infection is a multifactorial condition with many potential risk factors, while the cause of this AKI, that is acute kidney infection, are usually categorized as pre-renal, renal, and post-renal. When I said pre-renal, I am referring to the occurrence of this infection before it reaches the kidney. That is, before the kidney stage, before the kidney itself. Factors that are causing this may include hypovolemia. That is when there is a condition that occurs as a result of reduced body fluids. When your fluid is reduced, therefore the kidney will not have enough fluid to filter. At that situation, may result to acute kidney infection. You see, this happens before the condition comes to the kidney itself. That is why it is referred to as pre-renal stage. It can also be occurred due to obstruction of the blood flow. When a blood cannot flow fluently to the kidney, that is through some of the arteries that are supplying the kidney with the sufficient blood for filtration. That is the renal artery and the renal veins are the main vessels that are supplying kidney and taking up some of the filtered blood from the kidney. Therefore, any blockage along this line can lead to an obstruction of this blood that may result to acute kidney infection and consequently may result to chronic kidney disease. May God forbid. Then the next stage it is the post-renal stage. This occur, if I said post-renal, I mean after the kidney, post-renal after the kidney. A condition that may lead to AKI, that is acute kidney infection, is one of the stages that may lead to this CKD. And this happens after the kidney has filtered the blood and has collected the urine before passing out this urine to the ureter, and which will lead the blood to the bladder, which will, at the end of the day, pass it out through the ureter when the person needs to pee. Therefore, at that stage, any blockage along this line can lead to acute kidney infection. That is why we are referring it as post-renal stage, which may result due to blockage of the urine flow. Therefore, any issue that may lead to this blockage, including the parasite that may block that area, more especially schistosomes. Schistosomes eggs or even the parasite itself can block or can bring about a blockage along the line. Then there is also a renal stage. the condition that is happening within the kidney itself. Here, I said it may include nephrotoxins or an infection and inflammation that may result due to even parasitic infection or other inflammatory conditions. And then the next point, I said kidney involvement in parasitic diseases is almost always late. Therefore, here, whenever you are talking about kidney infection or kidney disease, most of the scientists or most of our physicians used to ignore parasites unless it is late. The next point says the actual kidney injury mechanism and parasitic infections are poorly understood in many settings, which is true. Then the mechanism with which these infections are usually occurring. First of all, there is oxidative stress. This oxidative stress is considered an important player in the pathophysiology of both acute kidney infection and the chronic kidney disease. Oxidative stress occurs when there is an imbalance between the free radicals, which are the reactive oxygen species, and the antioxidants. Therefore, whenever there is an increase in the production of the reactive oxygen species, such as O2 negative and the hydrogen peroxides, H2O2, these are the examples of the reactive oxygen species. And when there is an impairment of antioxidant defenses, therefore, when a balance occurs between these two factors or between these two molecules or compounds, there may be an imbalance in the homeostasis, which is trying to keep our body stable or which is trying to keep our system normal. Therefore, whenever there is an imbalance within this compounds, it may lead to impairment of the homeostasis. Whenever there is an issue with homeostasis, it may lead to an issue with one of our major organs, which is the kidney or liver or any other organ of our body. And our point of concern is the kidney for now. So Kumar et al. Reported that percentage production of this reactive oxygen species in leishmaniasis, it may lead to organ or even tissue damage by influencing the structure of the proteins and by lipid peroxidation, which further alters the architecture of the cells. The next slide. Hello, next slide. Immune-mediated injury. This is another mechanism within which the parasites may lead to kidney infection. First of all, there is an exaggerated immune response. Here, the host immune response to parasite can
Hello, you have used half of your time, please.
Okay, so let me move faster. Then autoimmune responses and the immune complex decomposition. Macrophages, granulocytes, and natural killer cells involved in the innate immune responses participate in the genesis of granulonephrosis through a chain of cytokinins and inflammation mediators. Due to the time factor, I think I need not be explaining, but I will just be moving sharp. Then go to the next slide, which is renin angiotensin aldosterone system, which is RAAS. Please go to the next slide. Here is another mechanism within which parasites may stimulate or may lead to an imbalance with this renin angiotensin aldosterone system. Remember, this renin is a chemical or an enzyme which is a hormone that is being released by kidney. Angiotensin is another compound that is being released by liver. Therefore, this system, this renin angiotensin aldosterone system, helps play an important role in the homeostasis of the human body. Therefore, any imbalance within this will lead to either kidney, liver, or any other important organ injury that may consequently result to kidney infection. Then the major parasitic infections that are associated with CKD. First of all, I consider leishmaniasis, which is caused by Leishmania species. This Leishmania species belong to protozoan parasites that are normally spread by some plant species. This infection are of three categories. We have visceral leishmaniasis, we have cutaneous leishmaniasis, we have mucocutaneous leishmaniasis. Both of these leishmaniasis itself and the drugs that are being administered during the treatment of the disease may be responsible for the kidney impairment. The other disease is schistosomiasis. Please go to the next slide. Hello, next slide. This schistosomiasis is an infection that is caused by some of the schistosoma species. There are many of them, but we have limited ourselves to mostly schistosoma hematobium, and the one that leads to the renal infection mostly is the schistosoma hematobium, schistosoma mansoni. Here, immune complexes containing this schistosoma hematobium or schistosoma mansoni worm antigens may deposit in the glomeruli, which is a cell. Here, glomerulus are cells within the nephrons. These nephrons are the most structural and functional unit of the kidneys. They are those that are responsible for the filtration of the urine from the or any other waste product from the blood. Therefore, any issue with this structure, with these cells, may lead to an infection that may lead to chronic kidney disease. This may be caused by the schistosoma species. Go to the next slide, which is malaria. The malaria and CKD. Malaria is transmitted just by the bite of Plasmodium species. Malaria is the leading cause of child mortality and an important global cause of acute kidney infection through hypovolemia and the oxidative stress, which are sharp explained earlier. Please go to the filariasis and the CKD. I'm rushing the presentation. Hello. Classified as nematodes, particularly round worms, of the family Pelarioridae. Adult worms nest in the lymphatic vessels and disrupt the normal function of the lymphatic system. The worms can live for approximately 6 to 8 years, and during their lifetime, produce millions of microfilariae that circulate in the blood. Filariasis can potentially contribute to the chronic kidney disease through various mechanisms, such as mechanical obstruction and immune complex decomposition. Acute kidney injury, glomerulonephritis, and the tubular dysfunction are the most frequently observed kidney abnormalities in patients with parasitic diseases associated with filariasis. Go to the next slide. Risk factors and the geographic distribution of this parasite. In endemic areas, parasitic infection can contribute to the burden of chronic kidney disease, highlighting the importance of prevention and the treatment strategies. First of all, I start by Leishmania species. Therefore, these parasites risk factor depend on several factors, but anyone can be at risk if they live or travel to areas where it occurs and exposed to an infected sandflies, which are the main vector of this leishmaniasis. Please go to the next slide. Risk factors for schistosomiasis include frequent contact with freshwater bodies, poor sanitation, and certain demographic factors, specifically activities like swimming, fishing, and bathing in schistosomes-infested water, especially among children, significantly increase the risk of infection. Schistosomes geographic distribution is
Kindly round off, please. Kindly round off, please.
Yes, so you can go to the conclusion. Just skip 2 slides. In conclusion, parasitic infections are significant but often overlooked contributors of CKD, particularly in endemic areas. Early diagnosis and the treatment of parasitic diseases can prevent irreversible renal damage. A combined approach involving parasitologists, nephrologists, and public health initiatives is essential to reduce the global burden of parasitic-associated CKD. Then the references, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for this presentation. A very insightful presentation, especially now that there is prevalence of CKD in northeastern part of of the country,
sure.
especially Borno, Yobe, and the rest. So this research is very important.
Thank you, sir.
So do you have questions? Questions, please.
You know, it is almost time for prayer. It may be some of them have gone to pray.
Yes, we will conclude for the first half of our session.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Do you have question, please? So only comments. Your presentation is very insightful, but has bulkiness. I don't know if you can reduce the notes. So at all, very nice presentation. So this concludes the first half of our session. We'll now take a 20 minutes break for lunch and prayer. So please kindly return by 4:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So after the prayer, we'll take presentations from 086, 093, 099, 109, 112, 117, 118, 140. Kindly prepare yourself. Thank you. Hello, welcome back, everyone. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. We're all back. You can call the
Okay,
next
I
presenter.
hope you are hearing me.
Yes, we are all hearing. We are with you.
Okay.
You can call the next presenter.
Okay, okay. Zero 71. Pathogenicity study of Helicobacter pylori infection. Is he around? Okay, what about 086? Abstract ID 086. Abdullah Dangani, can you continue, please?
Okay, okay.
Can you take over?
Okay, so okay, I'm coming, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to get.
Abdullah Dangani, are you with us?
I'm trying to share my screen. Sorry.
Okay, okay.
Yes. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Are you with me? Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we are with you. We are
Please,
with
is my
you.
screen
Go
on?
ahead, please.
Can you
No, we
see
are
my
not seeing
slide?
your. We are not
The
seeing your
PowerPoint.
slide.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, yes, we are now
Is it?
seeing it.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, presenters and everyone around. Good evening. Sorry, it's already evening. I'm Abdullah Husseini Tangani, here to present phytochemicals profiling, FTR characterization, and GCMS analysis of Jatropha tangerensis roots, antimicrobial potential of solvent extract by me, Hussein Abdullah Tangani from the Department of Industrial Chemistry, Sorry, that is a typo error there. Said applied chemistry is industrial chemistry, Federal University of Dusama, Katsina State, Nigeria. The outline for my presentation, as you can see, it involves the background and significance of the study, the research objectives, the methodology employed, the phytochemical analysis results, antimicrobial activity results, FTR and GCMS characterization results, discussions and implications, and lastly, conclusions and recommendations. And to start with the background of this study, the medicinal plants have been the foundation of traditional healthcare system worldwide, providing a rich source of active compounds with therapeutic potentials. The increasing concern over antimicrobial resistance and the side effect of synthetic drugs has a renewed interest in plant-based antimicrobial agents. The emergence of antimicrobial resistance has posed a serious threat to the effectiveness of antibiotics, resulting in increased morbidity, mortality, and escalation in healthcare costs, causing a global health crisis. So this particular plant, Jatropha tangerensis, belongs to the family Ifubaceae. It's a perennial type of shrub, and it is distributed in tropical regions. It is widely used in the in treatments of various ailments, including infections, wounds, and inflammations. The root of this plant, there has not been a lot of research conducted on this root. Despite its traditional importance, there are limited studies on the root of this particular plant, Jatropha tangerensis. Previous studies have primarily focused on the leaf extracts, identifying various compounds from the leaves. And that's what informed the decision to carry out this research on the roots. As you can see, there is a figure there on the left side is the plant, which is known here in our local language as some call it asibitukusa, some call it kafilikita. And by the other side, by the right side, the root, which was obtained from this plant. And the research objectives, the primary objectives of this research is to investigate the phytochemical, structural, and antimicrobial properties of the ethanol extract from this Jatropha tangerensis roots. Specific claims. Sorry. The specific aims involves the phytochemical screening, FTR and GCMS analysis, evaluation of the antimicrobial potential, and determination of the MIC and MBC. The methodology, the plant extract was obtained here in Katsina, in Southern State. The root was obtained there from the local garden here, and it was washed, dried, and grinded to powder for the analysis, for the research. And the method employed is in the extraction is succinate extraction using ethanol as the solvent. And a sample, 6.7 gram of the sample was used in the extraction. And the analytical methods employed involves the phytochemical screening, FTR analysis, and GCMS analysis. Then antimicrobial testings involve the method, diffusion method, and the organisms involved are Salmonella species and Staphylococcus aureus. the phytochemical analysis, the results, after using standard method to carry out the phytochemical analysis, the result obtained from the analysis, various phytochemicals such as phenols, alkaloids, saponins, flavonoids, carotenoids, steroids, and terpenoids were analyzed, and they are all positive from this particular root extract. And the antimicrobial analysis, the result is shown at 100 milligram per mil of the extract. The zone of inhibition is 40 millimeter, which is high at 200 compared to the standard control. At 200 milligram per mil, 13 millimeter zone of inhibition was obtained, and at 300 milligram per mil, 30 millimeter zone of inhibition was obtained against the Salmonella species. And against the Staphylococcus aureus, at 100 milligram per mil, a zone of inhibition of 15 millimeter was obtained, and 200 and 300 10 millimeter zone of inhibition was obtained. And against the Staph aureus, the control zone of inhibition stand at 30 millimeter zone of inhibition. And the MIC, minimum inhibitory concentration, and MBC, minimum bactericidal concentration values, the findings against Salmonella, MIC stand at 300, and MBC stand at 300 milligram per mil. And against Staph aureus, the MIC is 300, while the MBC is 200 milligram per mil. And the implication of this is that against there is selective activity. If you look at it carefully, at 100 against Salmonella species, at 100 milligram per mil, there is a high zone of inhibition compared to the higher concentration, which is 300 milligram per mil, which records 30 milligram per mil. And at 200, it's around 13, which is very low compared to the others. And the optimal, the highest, of course, was obtained at 100 milligram per mil against the Salmonella species. And going to the FTIR characterization, key functional groups were also identified, including phenols, which is at 3,384.42. The OH functional group stretching, vibrational stretching OH was obtained, and at 2,922 and 2,855, the carbon to hydrogen vibration stretching for alkyl group is also identified. At 1736, C double bond O stretching for esters was also identified, and at 1654, C double bond C, that's carbon double bond carbon for amide, is also obtained or identified. For the GCMS analysis, major compounds, a lot of compounds, around 22 of them were obtained, but the top compounds with highest percentage or area, the first one there is azulene, which stands at 31.39%. The others, octadecanoic acid ethyl ester at 10.63%. Hexadecanoic acid ethyl ester stands at 9.71%, and linoleic acid ethyl ester at 8.42%, and pytol, which stands at 5.23%. That's the area, the peak area. And the classes of the compounds are fatty acid ester, fatty esters, terpenes, and alcohols. And I think I will conclude at this study provides comprehensive evidence for the antimicrobial potential of the Jatropha tangerensis roots extract through detailed phytochemical, spectroscopic, and biological analysis. The extract contains a diverse array of active compounds, including, as we saw earlier, the phenols, alkaloids, flavonoids, and others, which contribute to its antimicrobial properties. The identification of compounds through the GCMS are around 26 of them through the GCMS with azulene derivative as the major component provide valuable information for understanding the chemical basis for the plant's biological activity. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for this presentation. The floor is now open for questions and answer, if there is. Please, if you have question, kindly unmute yourself. So in the absence of questions, we'll move next. 099, are you set?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and colleagues.
Thank you once again, Abdullahi. 099, evaluation of aspergillus. Abdul Razak. Hello, Abdul Razak. If you are set, kindly unmute yourself and share your screen. Maybe Abdul Razak is not close. Tayo Alaba. Please, are you with us, Tayo? Tayo, if you are with us, kindly share your screen. Indicate. Seems like he's not with us. Amina Muhammad Dharma. Amina Muhammad. Hello, Nisa. Tayo Alaba, please, if you are hearing us, kindly unmute your speaker and take over. What is wrong, Tayo?